Good morning and welcome to the 10th edition of the Shopping and Quality Tourism Summit Spain 2020. We are broadcasting this event virtually from Spain, and we send our greetings to all participants, especially those that follow us from different countries. Welcome. This summit is happening in a situation that is under the influence of a health situation that is affecting tourism. Tourism is one of the drivers of the economy in the world. Spain is the second country in the world that receives the most tourists after France, and the second that more income has from tourism after the US. So this is a time to reflect and to act. In this summit, we are going to see what the proposals and the commitment is in order to re-strengthen this sector, which is so important for our economy. How should we transform the tourism sector? What is the role of urban tourism and quality tourism for the recovery of tourism? We are going to listen to the analysis from qualified professionals about these issues and other topics. We will have 34 speakers from companies, organizations, public and private administrations at a national and international level, and from different industries and activities. We will open this act with the presence of Minister Reyes Maroto, the Minister for Industry, Tourism and Commerce from the Government of Spain. Then we will have the speak of the President of the Organizing Committee of this Shopping and Quality Tourism Summit Spain 2020, Jordi Hereu. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here with us today in the 10th edition of the Shopping and Quality Tourism Summit Spain 2020. I would like to thank everyone that is here today with us in this opening ceremony and those that will participate afterwards, especially the Minister for Industry, Commerce and Tourism, Reyes Maroto. Besides, we will have with us Isaías Taboas, President of Renfe, Manuel Butler, Executive Director of the World Tourism Organization, and David Alonso, Delegate of the Corporate Vice President of Samsung Spain. Thank you very much. I would also like to thank you for your support in order to organize this summit. I would like to thank Renfe, Samsung, Madrid Destino, Tour España, the World Tourism Organization, EFE, Vocento, and OCTUBRE. I would also like to thank those of you that are attending this virtual summit, especially those who are following us from other places in the world. This new edition of the summit will have the motto, the evolution of the tourism model, an opportunity to Spain, an opportunity to keep a leadership position in this new market. This summit, given the circumstances that we are living in this pandemic, as well as its program and the high level of participants, show that this is an appropriate initiative that represents a huge level of effort in terms of organizations. We are reaching many countries in Latin America and in Europe. The success of this call shows that we need a common commitment in order to reinforce and what will be the highest level of wealth generation in Spain, the tourism sector and the ecosystem around it. We shouldn't forget that in recent years, Spain has been one of the best countries, both in terms of tourists and income generated from tourism. In my first speech, I would like to analyze the current situation that tourism is facing in Spain, tourism and its ecosystem. First of all, the 2020 summer is already finished. The results are well known for all of you. Now we are facing 6 months until the return of this kind of tourism that used to go to the coast. Spain needs to capture urban tourists, which is the kind of tourism that we can have in these months. This is tourism coming from Europe, given the difficulties of air travel that you are well aware of. This urban tourism in Europe will help us to support and to create jobs, as well as generating activity in the tourism ecosystem, local transportation, hotels, restaurants, leisure, culture, museums, shows and wellness, congresses and incentives as well. This is an ecosystem that has been created thanks to the high level of capillarity of tourism in our country, which has been highly affected due to the pandemic, given the leadership position of Spain in world tourism, as we said before. In this sense, Spain has cities which are quite interesting as a result of millenniums of history, with many possibilities in terms of tourism, accommodation and restoration. We also have an important network of high-speed trains and a high level of motorways, as well as cities that are pioneers in Europe and in the world in terms of digitalization, avant-garde technology and innovation. This is why in this edition of the summit we would like to reinstate the importance of our cities, and that's why there is a roundtable called the greatest Spanish cities, from millenary history to an avant-garde offer. In this roundtable, we will have the representatives from 6 great Spanish cities: Madrid, Seville, Barcelona, Valencia, Bilbao, and Malaga. These representatives will share their lines of action as well as their concerns regarding the future of the sector. Secondly, we consider that we need to support the recovery of Spain's perception at an international level. In this sense, different administrations and the private sector must coordinate and join forces. In the field of health safety, Europe, and specifically Spain, must align their efforts and goals, and they need to develop a portfolio of clear and safe measures, as well as safe corridors to allow tourists to regain trust. As for financing, which is an essential chapter for this sector, in the short term, it's essential that the recovery funds proposed by the European Commission pay special attention to tourism and its ecosystem. We shouldn't forget that it represents around 15% of the gross domestic product and jobs in Spain. We need to improve financing methods and taxation methods for companies, as well as promoting their profitability and the professionalization of the management in this new scenario, particularly in the case of SMEs. The promotion and marketing of Spain as a destination and of our cities, on the one hand, requires that we join efforts, and we need also to provide a common message at international level, given an image of Spain and its largest cities as a modern, innovative country. In the medium and long term, Spain needs to recover quality tourism, especially tourists that spend more money in one day than others in 1 week. The attractiveness of our country places us in the avant-garde of the European benchmark, and we are just behind the United States, according to a ranking developed by Room Consulting, which is a data partner of the World Economic Forum. This report provides information to several magazines like Forbes or CNN, for instance. This ranking takes into account digital demand, online presence, as well as the strategic positioning of the country brand. This is my reflection about the scenario where we are right now and the horizon that we expect to achieve, always ensuring the attractiveness of Spain for the whole world. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I would like to wish that you can enjoy this interesting summit. Thank you very much. Now we are going to welcome David Alonso in this opening act, delegate of the Corporate Vice President of Samsung Spain.
Minister of Commerce, Reye Maroto Sisaya Tawada, President of Renfe, Manuel Butler, Director of the WTO, other partners, welcome. Let me thank the organization of this 10th edition of the Shopping and Quality Summit, Tourism Summit, to invite me to be part of this summit. We are very proud of it. First of all, thank you for paying attention, and Samsung as a company having a presence in such an event like this is an example of how technology is present in our everyday life, both in personal and professional life. This year is being strange, and technology has become or needs to become the big ally of people, but also the ally of corporations and companies. And we're seeing an acceleration of trends that we had seen before since years ago. And this is not now, not only due to the pandemic. We're seeing that the way of living is changing. It's more digital. Almost everything is changing. The way we communicate, we entertain, we inform ourselves, and obviously how we shop. Thanks to connectivity and electronic devices, we have been able to contact families and friends, and organizations of all sizes, both public and private, have been able to keep their activity. And most of all, those which were prepared for this big digital transformation. But on the other side, the pandemic has affected some sectors more than others, and the tourism is a clear example of our industry, of an industry which has been badly affected. You know that 75% less of tourists we have had compared to 2019, but the case of Spain is dramatic, as you all know. The crisis has been accelerating a process that otherwise would have been slower, but this process is being accelerated in months, and part of the solution has to do with the digital transformation that we have to tackle at all levels. Digital transformation, this word that we all know so well, is not a need, it's an urgency. It's something urgent. It consists of transforming or disappearing, basically. But I do not want to be so dramatic and set up an apocalyptic scenario, because we count with some resources, unprecedented resources. We have a plan, the Digital Agenda 2025. We have resources, the funds of the European Union, 140 thousand million, and above all, we have the talent in our country. And this transformation, we have to take it to all levels, at personal level, at public administration level, and also at the corporate level. And we think that technology needs to be the big driver, the big catalyzer of this change. It is a question of efficiency, of improving processes and competitivity. But on the other side, and in my opinion is the most important one, digital transformation has to do with the way we relate to each other, the way corporate companies relate or relate to the customers or the citizens. If we all use more and more the digital channels, the relationship between companies or administrations and customers or citizens needs to transform as well. This can be applied to the tourism sector. Let's think in a travel agency. Airlines hotels, etc. The case is very similar. It is mandatory to transform the relation we have with the customers. Furthermore, let's think that Spain is a country of SMEs, and many services we offer to the touristic sector are offered by SMEs. In a country where 96% of the companies are small or medium size, only 99% develop an online activity. This shows how the situation is. And if this doesn't change, the problems will be serious. We need to change this model. And in Samsung, we bid for the SMEs and entrepreneurship. The tools that we need for this digital transformation have to do with electronic devices, but not only with them, but also with software, apps, tools which impact our productive models. Therefore, we have signed an agreement of collaboration with CEPIME, so we can not only show this urgency, but also to help the SMEs in Spain to transform throughout the proper tools. It's not only about business. Samsung, we also consider that companies in general need to be agents, stakeholders of social change, because it's our responsibility. In this sense, we work on two pillars. On the one side, the digital responsibility to control the possible potential impacts of emerging technologies, and secondly, the corporate citizenship to help to solve social problems with our technology in order to create sustainable growth for all of us. In Samsung, we are convinced that technology will be a crucial tool to achieve any aim of economical and environmental sustainability. We work for this sustainable development, which is so important for our society, and we will keep working to foster this digital transformation, which needs to help our tourism sector to go back to where it was before the pandemic. Thank you very much to all of you.
In this opening ceremony of the Shopping and Quality Tourism Summit Spain 2020, we also have the pleasure of having with us Manuel Butler, Executive Director of the World Tourism Organization. Now we can hear his words.
Dear Minister, President of Renfe, Delegate of Samsung in Spain, President of the organizing committee of this summit, dear authorities, good morning to you all. For me, it is a great honor to be here again in this Shop and Quality Summit, being the 10th edition this time. This virtual meeting of this year that has been organized by their organizers, and it is very international, so we need to congratulate them. And from the World Tourism Organization, we wish them the best of the successes. This crisis has taught us many things. It's been more than half a year since it began, and we have the need to cooperate between nations, between the private and the public sectors, and all the stakeholders, because the global problems can only be tackled with global answers. We need more international cooperation to accelerate this exit from the crisis. This industry has a very low demand of tourism, latent tourism, and from the World Tourism Organization, we believe that we will not recover the previous levels before the crisis until in 2 years' time, and it all depends on the cooperation and the international organization. In this sense, going forward together towards international touristic standards, which procure safe travels for tourism, having these standards is not only a demand from the current crisis we're experiencing, but also a sign of the maturity of our sector. We need to line up protocols and have transparent and clear communication. These are two necessary conditions to recover the trust of the tourists. International cooperation is basic. From the WTO and the Global Crisis Committee, we are working in this line. While we are still in the crisis with very low tourism demand, when we analyze the financial situation of families, enterprises, SMEs, big companies from the World Tourism Organization, we believe that more than 120 million jobs are in risk this year. We are speaking about the way of life of 120 million people. We are seeing a cycle, a change of a long wave. This happens every 70 years, more or less, and this is the first one in the history of the touristic sector. Tourism sector industry is going towards its maturity right now, and it coincides with the pandemic of COVID-19. The decisions we take today will mark the future of our sector. The decisions we take today are crucial. We are building a new touristic model. This model is being built by all of us, but the main responsibility lies on the leader countries, and Spain is one of them. The future and the present see a new digitalization and sustainability. We need to take actions. We need to invest in training for the new jobs, the jobs of today and tomorrow, linked to the technologies. It is proper investment. It allows to keep tourism, but also to attract talents. This quality and high value tourism can only happen by attracting talent. On the other side, renewing buildings, especially the first plans, the foundations, to make it more sustainable in terms of energy and natural resources consumption, will allow to apply parameters associated to circular economy. And it is crucial. We need to invest in safe elements that allows the economy to go forward immediately. We need to invest in market intelligence due to the complexity of our tourism, and given the necessity of foster domestic economy and tourism, like the rural tourism, is necessary for the territorial balance in a world which is more and more urban. From the WTO, we declare this year, next year, as the International Year of Rural Tourism in order to go forward with this agenda. I'm sure that we will hear many more debates along this session, and it will be very enriching. The challenges of 2019 are still there, especially social sustainability and environmental sustainability. The climate crisis, not climate change, is key for the sector. The resilience of a local population is a big touristic challenge. Let's not forget that when the tourism sector feels more affected than other sectors, there's also the most vulnerable groups have also the biggest impact of this crisis. In this moment of profound changes and also new opportunities, we need to build a better tourism, more resilience, more integrating, not leaving anyone behind, in general, more sustainable tourism. And this is possible, and it is the only intelligent bet. Tourism has always shown a strong resilience and a great adapting skill for innovation. Going for tourism is having a safe, a secure bet. And I'm sure that Spain will still be a leader in the new tourism we are entering. I hope that this meeting, this encounter is a big success, and it allows this tourism to advance many more. Thank you very much.
It is a pleasure for us to have in this opening ceremony Isaías Taboas, President of Renfe. Good morning. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to talk to all of you, and I would like to congratulate them for being able to organize such an event under these difficult circumstances. I would also like to thank the Minister of Tourism, Industry and Commerce. COVID-19 is a challenge which is unknown for all of us, for all administrations, for companies, large, small and medium companies, for families. The pandemic is affecting all activities in the country, and specifically it is affecting the tourism industry, given everything that the tourism industry represents. It also affects transportation. Renfe is suffering an important drop in the amount of users. We expect that the fall of GDP, teleworking, and other things that are here to stay, this will lead to a slower recovery of the amount of passengers, even if we have a vaccine quite soon, which we expect it will be the case. Renfe is facing this situation, being aware of our role as one of the drivers of the economic recovery of the country. At the Ministry of Industry, they are well aware that Renfe has kept on investing in new trains. This means that we can ensure thousands of jobs in the railway industry. We are also making an effort so that citizens can trust in the safety of railroad transportation. That's why we have been working in order to get a certification for our hygiene processes by INO. We want trains to be a collaborator in the development of the tourism industry in order to facilitate communication between different cities and regions in Spain. This is why we have over 40 collaboration agreements with Spanish cities in order to help them in the promotion as a cultural destination, in order to promote economic activities or any event of any kinds. We have many agreements, but they are not enough. We still have many small, large, medium cities pending to extend these collaboration agreements. We are working on that. Renfe has been, is, and will be a natural ally of the tourism industry for national domestic tourism, but also for international tourism, because many times they do not make the most of the time they spend in Spain by using our high-speed train network in order to facilitate a higher level of tourism, but not only tourists. We are developing the RAS platform, Renfe as a Service. It will be able to solve any mobility needs of anyone, covering all our territory, combining also shared cars, taxis, BTCs, planes, bicycles, etc. We want anyone to be able to have the whole of Spain within their grasp. I would like to thank the organizers of this event, specifically Jordi Hereu, and I hope that this is a successful meeting. Thank you very much and good luck. Our special thanks to Reyes Maroto, Minister for Industry, Commerce and Tourism from the Government of Spain, for her participation in this opening ceremony of the Shopping and Quality Tourism Summit.
Dear Jordi, President of the Organizing Committee of the Summit, dear authorities, dear friends, I am absolutely honored to be part of this forum forum, yet again, a forum that is indeed food for thought about the evolution of the tourist sector and an opportunity to Spain for us to remain leaders. The topic chosen this year for the summer is a source of inspiration. We are to put aside the short term and think about the long run. Indeed, we are to think about the future of our very model in tourism. We all agree that a tourist model for the future will indeed be more digital, but we have learned from the pandemic that our model is to be more resilient and stronger to face future crises. Let me talk about resilience first. One of our strengths in our sector is our high international connectivity based on the number of routes, based on the frequency rate. This has allowed millions and millions of tourists to come and visit year after year. However, the measures put in place by countries to control the pandemic, the restrictions, the quarantines, have certainly given way to people mistrusting and not being confident about traveling, and has in turn generated a high negative impact on national economies. The government is working at a European level and also on a multilateral basis to define standardized protocols applicable to all countries, which can allow corridors to be opened to tourism. Spain has already protocols for the Canary Islands, for the Balearic Islands, and we're working on extending these to the rest of the country. Besides, the European Commission has just passed a number of recommendations to ensure Europe can become a safe destination for tourists from all over the world. We hope this will gradually help us improve international movements. This instrument shall be very useful if we coexist with the pandemic for a while, but will also allow us to be better positioned for the future. Indeed, or in sum, we are to reinforce healthcare protocols so that our tourist model can become and be more resilient. Thinking about the future, we must continue working on connectivity, particularly with Asian markets, since the prospects for growth for tourist flows are certainly relevant. Spain is making an effort with remote destinations by opening a new consulate in China to make visas more flexible. This will add to the consulates already opened in other cities in China, such as Beijing, Saigon, Canton, etc. Another element for resilience is the flexibilization of temporary employment protection measures during the COVID-19 crisis. These measures are being very effective in keeping jobs in the tourist sector, in preserving the employment fabric. Together with resilience, the future model will be certainly more digital. Tourism is to adapt to technological breakthroughs in our times, to new preferences, to new consumption styles with futures now and in the future. Digitalization, the implementation of new technologies, brings yet another challenge that is to be made the most of by the sector. In the future, the world will be highly automated and clients will require higher services, higher quality services, more interactions that will be greatly digital. Hence, the investment in improvement of all such aspects is part of our priorities with the government in the coming years. To that end, we will reinforce the smart tourist destination network with a view to improving and offering integrated data analysis systems for us to better know our destinations and for us to better be positioned in adapting to changing demands. The crisis has shown us we need to rely on indicators, on real-time data to be able to foresee and prevent behaviors, different scenarios, and to therefore put in place adequate public policies. We therefore need to implement our intelligence model, a new model that will be developed through a tourist intelligence watch. We shall also commission a digitalization project for the sector within the horizon of the 2025 policy in Europe. The project, called Smart Tourism, is intended to speed up digital transformation in tourist activities to be able to stay leaders in a globalized market, increasing our contribution to the digital economy, reinforcing resilience with the sector, improving sustainability and the quality of public tourism sectors, and finally by increasing productivity with tourism fabric. The future model, apart from being sustainable, resilient, and digital, will also be stronger. The government, as a priority, thinks the profitability of tourist destinations needs to be ensured. Let me give you one example in this respect. We are going to support pioneering destinations in Spain, and we will also foster the development of destinations in the country. In rural areas, 28 million investment has already been approved in this regard to be able to encourage the development of less privileged areas, to be able to fight people fleeing from the countryside to urban areas. This will in turn encourage and support experiential sectors such as leisure and entertainment, cuisine, this being an offering preferred by Asian tourisms who no longer want to have sea and sun destinations. And finally, this will also contribute to reducing the footprint of carbon emissions. To finish with, I would like to get this message through. The time has come for us to contribute to environmental transition, at the same time reactivating Spanish tourism. That's why we have put in place a model for the renewal, for the development of the sector by improving its diversification, its value added, its sustainability. For the whole of Spain, special attention being paid to the Canary and Balearic Islands and tourism in the countryside. We are faced with a very exciting challenge, namely to modernize our model for it to become more resilient, for it to become a reference in sustainability, in a model that can ensure Spain remains a world leader in tourism. Spain has numerous strengths, its cultural heritage, its cuisine, its unspoiled beaches, which are absolutely sought after by visitors. Besides, our fabric is highly competitive and quick to adapt to meeting demands that are more and more stricter. The forum is an opportunity for us to include the future of the model into the public debate. We are to make the most of the plan already in place to be able to tackle transformations required by the sector. I am confident that by working together, by pulling efforts together, both public and private stakeholders, our tourist industry will certainly become more resilient, more sustainable, more digital, which will allow us to stay leaders worldwide. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Minister for Industry, Commerce and Tourism, and all the representatives from companies and institutions that have accompanied us in the opening of this 10th edition of the Shopping and Quality Tourism Spain 2020. Now we are going to have a break. We will come back in 15 minutes with the presentation of Marta Blanco, President of CAE International. She will analyze the opportunities and challenges in this sector. We also invite you to see the videos of our sponsor, Renfe, Samsung, and Madrid Destino. See you back in 15 minutes.
Decían que la tecnología nos separaba. Hoy somos testigos de que es justo lo que más unidos nos mantiene. Decían que las redes sociales estaban cambiando nuestros hábitos. Hoy vemos que nada puede cambiarnos. Decían que la tecnología nos robaría algún día el trabajo. Y ahora es, precisamente, lo que a muchos nos permite seguir conservándolo. Decían que nos habíamos vuelto egoístas por estar pegados al móvil. Hoy, gracias a ellos, conseguimos que nadie se quede atrás. Nunca antes la tecnología había sido tan humana. Y es en momentos como este, cuando más nos damos cuenta de que no existe nada más humano que estar conectados. Conectados con lo que realmente importa.
Madrid has all the gates that are open.
Welcome again to the 10th edition to the Shopping and Quality Tourism Summit Spain 2020. In the segment that we are opening now, we are going to analyze the economic impact of COVID-19 in Europe. We will do it, first of all, with the presentation of Marta Blanco, President of the COE International. Then we will open a dialogue about the transformation of the tourism model. Let's give a warm welcome to Marta Blanco.
Good morning. The first thing I would like to say is that I'm really honored to be able to participate in a new edition of this Shopping, Tourism, Quality and Economy Summit, and I would like to thank the organizers for their invitation. In my speech, I would like to tackle how the Spanish companies are facing the economic crisis in a general context, and then I would like to mention specifically the touristic sector and its companies. In relation to the first point, the first thing I would like to say is that economic crisis currently can't be compared to the crisis in 2008, because this crisis in 2008 had its origin in market failures, and the nature of this crisis is really different. Its origin is the measures that need to be adopted in order to face the pandemic. And in the case of Spain, its impact is really high and it's very hard. And we know this because of the different data about the falling GDP and the forecasts that we have for the year 2020. In this context, the Spanish companies believe that we need to reinforce international cooperation as well as the cooperation between national institutions in such a way that we can guarantee that the companies have access to liquidity and financing that we so badly need for our survival and for our operation. We, in the Spanish Confederation of Employers Organization, believe we shouldn't be favoring unilateral decisions in the labor sector, in the labor market. We believe that the decisions need to be made in agreement, in consensus. The social dialogue is very important under these circumstances. We also believe that, or ask the international organizations to make a comparison between the different measures adopted by the countries with the pandemic, so that we can have lessons learned from the experience in the different countries. So right now, the main challenge that we have as companies in the business fabric in Spain is preserving and reinforcing the business, and on the other hand side, facing the structural changes that will take place. So we have to make the efforts compatible in order to recover activity and employment, but at the same time, we need to be prepared to be more competitive and resilient. And this is already a huge challenge, but it's even more so if we take into account that we have a very uncertain environment. Therefore, what do we have to do, the Spanish companies, under these circumstances? We need to make investment. Therefore, what do we have to do, the Spanish companies, under these circumstances? We need to make investments in order to transform our business fabric to make it more competitive. And in this sense, the European funds and the excess of liquidity in the markets can be levered as an opportunity for projects in the market. These projects may be based in internationalization, digitalization, training, but also, apart from what we, the companies, need to do, we also need trust. How can we earn this trust? Well, this trust is earned through a regulatory framework that is flexible, that can be adapted to the changes that will take place. Of course, because of this crisis, there are going to be many changes to come. And the trust can be earned also with a favorable environment for business dynamism, with macroeconomic stability, and this can't happen if there isn't stability in the general budget. The messages that we launch to the investors and other companies should be related to the sustainability of public accounts with structural reforms And for example, the structural reforms that took place in the past had positive results, so we should not revert them. We need to move on and continue using this line. We also need to tackle chronic problems that we have in the functioning of our economy and to correct the imbalances that have been taking place. I will now mention the touristic sector and the touristic industry, which is my second point today, because it explains partly why Spain is being one of the countries that is mostly hit or damaged around the world. And we may wonder why or what are the root causes for this huge impact in our economy. And of course, there are several reasons, but we may explain some. One of them is the weakness of our business fabric, because our companies have a reduced size. This is an unfavorable element for us. But there are other companies where industry has a higher weight. But in our case, it is the service sector, and specifically the tourism. It has a huge weight in the Spanish company, much more than in any other country in our environment, according to our case study we have prepared in our confederation. This important weight of tourism in the Spanish economy and the fact that it's been one of the mostly damaged sectors, and one of the first and also one of the last sectors to recover, makes the recovery in our country to be more difficult. We speak about 12.3% of the GDP, 12.7% of employment, 16.4% of exports of goods and services, the GBP data. These are all data about 2019. So it plays a systemic and crucial role in our economy, and it was also an important driver to recover from the previous crisis. But we need help. We need support. The touristic sector will need some time to recover and to come back to levels prior to the crisis. We can't forget that it has provided a huge value to the economy, and we've managed to be one of the most competitive destinations in the world. And this is thanks to years and years of effort and collaboration between different companies, organizations, new business models, and new opportunities identified, etc. And right now, the touristic sector wants to be part of the solution, obviously, but we need help. It needs help at this point in time. And this help or support should crystallize in terms of different stimulus and structural changes that had already started, aimed to diversify markets, diversify products, to improve the profitability of the touristic cost, and do it in an environment of sustainability, digitalization, etc. And there's another important element, which is safe mobility. We need to guarantee safe mobility in our borders, within our borders, and for that it's important for governments to coordinate and to agree in order to have this safe international mobility. It is the moment, it is time to consolidate all these measures, to consolidate these kind of structural changes, to change business models, and so that destinations can respond to the different needs and demands. We are aware of the difficulties in the present, but we are also convinced that we are part of the solution. That's important. We need to preserve the business fabric due to vast value chain of the touristic sector. The European funds are, of course, a very important opportunity that we need to harness in the plan that we have also presented in Spain. And I would like to make a call for international collaboration so that these European funds are a fundamental lever to transform the sector and to continue being leaders in the international markets and a reference of a competitive destination and competitive companies. Working together, we will all manage to achieve it. I would like to stop here, thanking again for the opportunity to share my reflections with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Marta Blanco, President of the International Area of the CEO. We thank you for your analysis and your recommendations in order to recover from the impact of COVID-19. We would like to keep on reflecting about what the touristic model that we need should look like. That's why we are going to work on one of these concepts that Marta mentioned, this need of public-private partnerships. We have two representatives from two solid organizations. We have Manuel Butler with us. He's the executive director of the World Tourism Organization. How are you? Good morning. A solid public organization in the UN system, and we also have an organization from the private sector. We have Maribel Rodriguez, the Senior Vice President of the World Tourism Council. Good morning, Manuel. So, I would like to ask you to give us a short reflection about the pillars of this transformation of our tourism model. We can start with Manuel Butler, if you like. Well, both basic pillars are the sustainability and digitalization. Digitalization is a process. It's not an end in itself, but it has accelerated quite quickly during this crisis. On the other hand, sustainability is the model that will have the most important footprint in the next decades in the tourism sector. In a certain way, it shows that the tourism sector is responsible. We started in a childhood status, let's say, and now it's much more mature. Of course, in this case, the key, as Marta Blanco mentioned in her intervention, is private and public partnerships and collaboration at all levels. But specifically, private-public partnerships are essential in order to emerge much stronger from this crisis and in order to have this new model. Maybe we can insist a little bit more on these aspects, but these would be the main lines. Maribel, do you share the analysis, digitalization, sustainability, public-private partnerships? Well, thank you for the comments, Manuel. Yes, collaboration with the private and public sector in an unprecedented crisis like this one is essential. We've seen it in the past, and this is going to be the main working line. What are the pillars for the future? As Manuel said, digitalization has accelerated, sustainability is getting stronger for us, technology is essential, everything that is related with customer experience. Using these for the next steps in the context of the pandemic, like the health passports, apps in order to do contact tracing to see if people have been tested or not. We also consider that crisis management is going to be essential. This is going to be at the core. It cannot be done separately. Regardless of the growth or how we grow, we are going to see crises of different kinds. We need to be prepared, and the best way to do it is with plans that have been coordinated between the public and private sector. What just happened is quite serious. We expect that we do not have to live such a situation again, but hopefully if it happens, we should already have some basis for collaboration in order to keep on working. In the World Travel Tourism Council, you have analyzed crises of different kinds and different sizes in different countries. I think that you have reached some conclusions in your report. Could you please tell us what are the main conclusions of your report? Well, last year in November we presented a study including 90 crises. We wanted to see what the recovery time for each one of those crises was and what happened in order to accelerate recovery. The longest one is the crisis in 2001. Since decisions were made in an isolated way, in the United States, so we do not know what we have to do when we get to the US in terms of safety, passports, etc. Some guidelines were established, but maybe they are not the ultimate one. We have seen several crises, like political crisis, the SARS crisis. We understood that tourism is resilient. We are going to emerge again. I don't know if stronger or not, but we will emerge from this situation, and the recovery is quicker each time. We started with the first crisis in 2001. The recovery was finished by 2004, etc. The key is public-private partnerships. In the G20 summit, some decisions were made, and that's why the recovery was V-shaped. So the key message is public-private partnerships in order to recover from crisis, to do it sooner. It's not the same facing a natural disaster than a political crisis, but we expect that in this case, once we have the vaccine or a way to solve this problem, we expect the recovery to happen quite soon, quite quickly. In the World Trade Organization manual, you've carried out some analysis. Have you analyzed, and I know that you have, when do you think that Spain will reach the same levels of tourism, of visitors, that we had previously? Well, we have analyzed the situation country by country. The situation is quite complex. The analysis that we have carried out in May at the onset of the crisis contemplated 3 scenarios for 2020, with a drop of international arrivals between 58 and 73%. In 2020, well, everything depending on the scenario, the final scenario. The first variable was a health variable, of course, but also travel restrictions. We've lived some travel restrictions in June, when some of the restrictions within the Schengen Spain were lifted. At that time, we saw that demand picked up quickly. As Maribel said, this is an essential question. People are willing and want to travel. The coordination, unfortunately, was not as we hoped for, and the situation during summer, well, we didn't see our expectations fulfilled. This extrapolation of these 3 scenarios to see when we will recover the levels previous to the crisis, we are talking about 2 to 4 years. 2 to 4 years in order to be again at levels of 2019. This is an international study that could also be applied to Spain. Yes, we could largely apply these results to Spain, and that's the margin we're working with. But this is a global problem, and the response must be global. There's also a need of international coordination at a public and private level. If we do not have a cooperation of this kind, or this cooperation does not happen tightly, then we will see a slower recovery, closer to 4 years. This is what we are seeing in 2020. We are not in the most optimistic scenario. We are in the intermediate scenario, or even possibly closer to the most pessimistic scenario. One of the keys of resilience and crisis management has to do with two things that happen. The tourism sector has become much more mature. For the first time, we haven't seen this before, but for the first time, the tourism sector is looking for a new model on the one hand, and then we have the COVID crisis. These are to superpose a crisis, a long-term one and then a short-term one. This level of maturity by the touristic sector makes the situation much more complex. This implies that we need to have higher international standards, as in other sectors, that allow us to speak the same language, that all actors speak the same language. This coordination of protocols and standards, for instance, at airports. In 2001, the way of implementing safety measures were different depending on the country. All this must be agreed on through some international standards, which I think that are more necessary than ever. Maribel, in this new model, we see that it must be much more sustainable, much more technology-based. As Mr. Butler said, we also need international standards. Urban tourists, do they represent an opportunity, as Jordi mentioned in his opening remarks? What do you think? There are many things to take into account here. In terms of sustainability, we shouldn't focus only on... Well, it permeates in different places. We're talking about the future of employment, we are talking about equality, gender equality, women at work, and then trends are going to focus more on adventure tourism, for instance. Tourism is going to be affected because the distribution is going to be different. We mentioned this last year already. The main problem was destination management, the overcapacity of some destination, and what we said then is that we should travel in a more distributed way. This is going to be one of the trends. But first of all, we should remind that visitors and tourists must regain trust. This lack of coordination, and this is not something that we are complaining. No one was planning and no one was expecting such a situation. We need to take into account that tourists need to feel safe again, need to recover trust. And this is why communicating is so important, regardless of the destination, be it an urban destination or a natural park or whatever. In any case, Maribel, urban tourists represent an opportunity from your point of view. Well, the important thing now is domestic tourism. We should focus now on domestic tourism because that's what people are going to do before borders reopen, given the current limitations that we have. Of course, in our study, we've questioned different countries. In China, for instance, domestic tourism has already recovered. In France, there's also a higher level, 83% in the US. Domestic tourism, be it urban or not, is going to be an opportunity. Specifically in a country where citizens, instead of going to Paris, can choose to go to Cuenca, Segovia, or Tarragona, for instance. That is what we should consider. But we need to rethink about how we can regain this kind of tourists. In the case of Spain, we cannot depend solely on domestic tourism because last year 84 million visitors came to Spain. Manuel knows this much better. They measure the level of visitors. We measure the impact on employment and GDP. We need to be competitive again. Manuel said that we would need between 2 and 4 or 5 years to go back to the levels of visitors of 2019. What can we do until then? What are the steps that Spain can take from the point of view of tourism in order to strengthen itself? In these 2 to 4 years, we will see a low international demand, a level of tourism where we should focus mainly on domestic tourism. But things can be done in the meanwhile. First of all, we should build a new tourism model. This is not something that you just guess. We should do it among all of us. And in this case, leaders must play an essential role. And I think that Spain is a leader that has to say a lot in this sense. We have these 2 foundations, sustainability and digitalization. In this stage of latent or dormant tourism, or low-intensity tourism, let's say, we should invest in training, reskilling of workers in the touristic sector, and not only in the touristic sector, we should attract talent. This is also linked with the higher level of complexity of the tourism sector, with this level of maturity we were talking about. In order to attract quality tourism, when we talk about quality tourism, we understand that this is a higher added value tourism. All training policies, for instance, we've talked about the challenge that digitalization represents. Many leaders in the private sector have said in the last months that progress has been made in a short time. There is a lot of pressure in order to have a workforce that is trained according to the needs of this new model. On the other hand, these are just 2 examples. If we focus on sustainability, we know that in Spain we have some European policies. We have the Green Deal. This is a commitment, and the recovery funds follow this trend. Green economy. For instance, transportation plays an essential role, but it's not the lion's share of the CO2 footprint. Buildings, suppose one of the largest shares of this green economy. The renovation of buildings according to these standards that try to reduce the consumption of natural resources and energy, this renovation of buildings would make sense, and this could restart the economy quickly. It would have repercussions on other sectors. These are just 2 examples. Maribel mentioned the metrics. It is also going to change radically. What we convey is the information that different countries tell us. We consolidate their data. What countries are communicating is international arrivals, but this is something that is already outdated. We are working on new metrics that will be approved next year to measure the sustainability of tourism, focusing on these 3 aspects. I am also aware that the competitiveness indicators from other international public institutions are being recalculated, taking into account the pandemic. So in this case, this is something that we shouldn't lose sight of. Mr. Butler mentioned training and the importance of training. Do you think that the digitalization of this model, in your point of view, is also key? Should we have training for professionals with new abilities and skills in the tourism sectors? For instance, the use of big data for tourism. Are you working on that line? The tourism sector and large companies in the sector are quite resilient. Some people thought that maybe they could disappear, but they are still there thanks to the use of big data and thanks to digitalization. This is at the core of what we do in the private sector. Now, all this process is being accelerated. Everything that has to do with touchless, streamless travel and journey. So going from one place to the other without touching anything, this is something that had been contemplated before because it makes processes much more agile. We were contemplating this in the past in order to avoid congestions at airports as a way forward. Now this is going to be used because it's part of the chain of the situation that we are living in. The less we touch, the better. Specifically, we will have to introduce these health aspects as we introduced the safety aspects 10, 15 years ago. Nobody spoke about safety before the Twin Towers terrorist attack, and now we will have to think about this, also through digitalization in this sense. And countries and destinations should take care of these new needs that are going to be there in the short term. Otherwise, they are not going to be competitive. Tourists are going to take this into account, and tourists are going to choose those brands that have a more sustainable flavor, let's say. They are going to choose companies, especially young people who will travel in the future. We should focus on these aspects in order to be competitive in the future. Some questions are coming from the audience. How much investment will Spain need in order to promote and recover the previous levels of arrivals? We know that we have some European funds that are allocating some funds for tourism. So in your organizations, have you any calculation of the needed investment and where should it focus? Well, in terms of investment, there are two conclusions here. First, the higher the investment in the private sector, the better. Why? Because it represents one of 8 employments in the planet. That's 330 million jobs in the world. In the worst scenario that we are working now, we would lose 197 million employments. What have we done? As Manuel said before we started the meeting, last week, we met with the leaders of the tourism sector from the G20 countries in order to be able to talk with the ministers of this sector and to see what the needs in the long term could be, following a plan proposed by Saudi Arabia in order to recover 100 million jobs. We created a roadmap with several points. One of these points is related with investment in tourism in order to generate jobs, in order to attract tourists, and in order not to lose this 10% of global GDP. Do you have a figure of the ideal investment? Well, I have a certain advantage in this sense as the General Director of Tour España, so I can combine both perspectives. There is no figure, no exact figure for Spain or for any other country, but I can tell you from my previous experience, given that I know this industry quite well, the effort in terms of investment and promotion, of course, the product is the most important thing, but if we focus on promotion, the effort is going to be needs to be much higher. In 2012, there was a substantial reduction in the promotion budget of Tour España, which is in charge of the promotion of tourism of Spain at an international level. This budget has not been recovered, and given this new challenge, we need to approve, and given the leadership of Spain, I think this is necessary. I wouldn't dare to give a figure. The situation in 2020 is quite different to the situation in 2012. Now we have digital advertising. Advertising was kind of a black box, and we didn't know if some of the money invested in advertising was useful or not. But in any case, we need to strengthen the budget for promotion. Manuel, do you think that in order to regain this trust, do we need to invest in promotion? Yes, but we need to invest in a sustainable world. We shouldn't have overlaps. We shouldn't invest to do the same thing 17 times. We need to be smarter. We need to segment. We need to see which countries are going to be a potential source of income for Spain, potentially. We need to use all the data that we have at our disposal. This can help us make our decisions. We need to be sustainable and competitive. This must be done, among others. Private-public relations and private partnerships should be used in order to make use of these channels. As for the figures, we should see what other countries are doing.
Miremos lo que hacen los demás, compartamos las mejores prácticas, porque hoy día la situación es
The situation is in order to share. We need to be transparent. We need to tell tourists what we are doing, and this must be done among all of us. Well, tourism need to know when they go from A to B that all the way is safe. If we convey confusion, then tourists will choose another destination which is safer, and this doesn't mean that this destination is doing things better than Spain. Maybe they are just communicating things better in a more coordinated way. Manuel, you were referring to the need of approving international standards. Some days ago, the president of the Canary Islands talked about a proposal in order to carry out tests in the countries of origin. Do you agree with this idea, and what should we do in order to establish these international standards? In the end, this is an opportunity. Recovering tourism is a global opportunity, so we think that it could be essential to have a higher level of coordination. In the Global Tourism Crisis Committee, in March, we already worked with the WTTC and with associations like IATA, the private sector, and others, as well as other organizations in the UN system like the the World Health Organization. On Monday, there will be a new meeting with a specific timeline. One of the first things that we published, and the WTTC also published some standards, some protocols. I will call them standards, because standards is not the same as protocols. When we talk about standards, we talk about standards that are defined as regulations, as we see in other industries. The only international standards in the tourism sector are the statistical indicators. But speaking the same language, the fact that all countries speak the same language is key. We were talking about recovering the trust of consumers. Of course, accelerating this recovery of trust through this international coordination and harmonization. In order to do that, we will need these standards. This cannot be done overnight. This is just one more step to be resilient before the crisis that may come up in the future in the tourism sector. This is key in order to recover the trust of consumers, in order to make the tourism sector work again. Maribel, in your association, there are many of the largest tourism companies in the world. Do you know what would be the needs for an international coordination? As I said before, last week we had a meeting with the G20 leaders to explain what the 12 points that the private sector is proposing. The Ministry of Tourism is supporting us, and the next stage will be done under the leadership of Spain. Which are the 12 main points upon which we are working? We are talking about many months of meetings, of sharings with the private sector, with the civil society. So one of them is a common framework of traffic lights to have the same rules.
Todo el tema de las cuarentenas aleatorias que no tienen ningún sentido, de hecho no lo comparte ni la OMS, hacer una cuarentena por el hecho de hacer una cuarentena, esto no puede ser, utilicemos otras fórmulas, corredores, bueno,
and then we need to use tests which are efficient. There are some studies comparing effectiveness, because vaccine, until we have the vaccine and it is implemented and effective, can pass many years. The social impact of the vaccine reaches the whole society, and it is traumatic, and we need to learn to co-live with this situation. I do not have the exact figures, but they were speaking about one every 2.25 million of people with risk of being infected when you travel by plane. So using the protocols that Manuel were speaking about, and each country needs to have their own standards, regulation, is crucial to recover the trust of the traveler, which is one of the main points we have highlighted. Also, together with the WTO, we have created an acknowledgement, which is we do not audit our work. It is not stamped, so to say, but we want that the traveler acknowledges which places have worked to assure that they comply with the main standards to host travelers. This is the main points that we have worked on, and it is not so easy to agree within all countries. but the private sector has made this call, because otherwise 197 million jobs will be lost. Another question from the public, the audience, which is the treatment that Spain as a country has received outside our borders. It is fair, the treat we are receiving. I think it means the restrictions in some countries related to Spain. I wanted to ask Manuel from the WTO if there are other countries having less restrictions. I understand that the situation is similar, but we could analyze close countries like Italy, France, Greece. Well, I believe that when you speak about a fair treat or treatment, I think it implies feelings, so to say. It is complex to evaluate, to assess what is fair or not. But the truth is that there has been a second outbreak in the northern hemisphere, and Spain has been one of the first countries affected by this second outbreak, second wave. And our situation is a bit more complicated than other countries which are right now entering the second wave. A couple of days ago, I saw the news, and at some European capitals, main cities, they are all entering the new second wave. It affects the whole world, and Spain is not doing it better or worse. Everything can be improved a posteriori, afterwards, but we cannot say that it's better or worse. Situation compared to other countries, well, we would need to analyze case by case, to analyze what happened during the summer season. I think it's similar to the neighboring countries in the Mediterranean, but we do not have the official data still. But regarding countries like Greece or Portugal, I think we are all more or less in the average, but we like to punish ourselves in Spain. It's one of our main features, right? How do you see it, Maribel? Well, yes. We need to look to the future, be positive, and use the tools that I've spoken about before. We need to communicate better, to explain what's happening, and obviously between self-punishment that Manuel spoke about and the image that maybe we project in the outside of the coordination. Well, from the private sector, what we're doing is to call for coordination, international coordination, having standards so that this does not happen. Because obviously in summer, in August, if the United Kingdom closes borders and quarantine every Spanish traveler, well, it will not be positive for neither of the countries, of the two countries. That's why we speak about coordination, to be able to have defined parameters, and we all measure with the same indicators, and quarantines are nonsense because they are not positive in any case. But every country has their own standards, their own rules, and our role is to explain the importance of tourism, that it is important the borders are still open, that we have connectivity, but always with the safety protocols. Well, we are finishing this debate, and I wanted to raise a couple of questions. Do you think that Spain has several their own features that make this model you spoke about before, this model of transformation, this new model, which is more digital, more sustainable, coordinating institutions with training, as Mr. Butler said? Does this model have, especially in Spain, a big opportunity? Does Spain have the features so that this model can be applied properly and in an accelerated way? Well, if we analyze previous crises, But this crisis is unprecedented. We cannot compare it to the previous crisis, but the capability of adaptation of the Spanish tourism section has been incredible. The foundations of tourism in Spain are good. We have a very good raw material. We have been able to adapt ourselves from the infancy of tourism and develop it towards its maturity. But depending on the decisions we take at this moment, I think we are doing it properly. We are an intelligent country. We are leaders in the sector, and we can face with optimism the building of the new tourism model for the next decades. And going for tourism and for Spain, I think, is bidding for the winning horse. Well, in our organization, we represent companies, and companies have their own CEOs, and Spain is very important, not only because of the number of enterprises within the organization, but because our leadership outside is very powerful. The other countries take us as an example, and we need to take proper decisions. We have good leaders at technological levels. We have the transport sector is also a leader. So we are very well prepared. The companies are very well prepared. The very first day of the lockdown, they were prepared to apply their protocols, and they are joined together. This is very important. We've never seen before this high level of association and union. All these countries have understood properly the consequences of their work, and they have kept developing the model. We are very lucky in Spain, and I think we will be able to uplift our sector because there are many Spanish companies in the leadership. And to finish, please, can you convey a message for the audience of this summit, which are professionals, who are professionals of the different sectors of the tourism industry, and they also work in tourism management in the city. So please just, can you say a message, an optimistic recommendation, whatever you like. Please, Maribel. Yes, thank you. The optimistic message is that this will not last forever, and I hope that we go back to normality soon. Spain will be leader in efforts, in the efforts that we spoke about last week in Saudi Arabia, both in the public and the private sector, will be coordinated to find common points to go back to traveling. We're looking forward for the next debate and applying these new standards and points. And from Spain, we need to support this type of summits, both in the public and the private sector, so that cooperation gets stronger. And we need to apply all these things that we have worked on before. Mr. Butler, yeah, we are experiencing very difficult moments, complex moments that will last some months still. And we need to work together. We have human capital, we have the resources, natural resources, heritage resources, artistic resources. We have got away from previous crises. We have grown very importantly in the tourism industry. We will need to adapt to the new situation for the reasons we've spoken about before. But I'm convinced that the the skills we have for adapting and for being leaders in the tourism sector will allow us to overcome the crisis and to be or to still be leaders in tourism. But we need to work to be persistent. Manuel Butler, CEO of the WTO, thank you very much for participating in this debate. It was a pleasure. Thank you. And Maribel Rodriguez, Senior Vice President of the World Travel Tourism Council. Thank you very much for all your opinions, for all the things you talked about here. Well, thank you very much. Thanks for inviting us to this debate. Thank you very much. I'm sure that the audience shares the idea that Spain is a big country and that tourism needs to be a main driver for this big country. Let's keep analyzing how we can recover from this country. Let's focus in the short term, in 2020, 2021. So please stay tuned in the new debate how to recover, to relocate Spain in the international market. We will have experts both at international and local level. We have Joaquín Luna, he's journalist from the Vanguardia newspaper. He will moderate this debate.
Repositioning Spain in the international market. This is the topic of our discussion today, which I am glad to moderate, where we will hear Mr. Josep Piqué, former Minister of Science and Technology and Foreign Affairs and Industry and Energy, Mr. Jordi Hereu, ex-mayor or former mayor of Barcelona, and the chairman of the organizing committee, chairman of ISPASAT, and Francisco Fonseca, who is the representative of the European Commission in Spain. I would first like to speak to him, to our last attendee, because quality tourism distinguishes Spain from other regions in the world. This was something that seemed guaranteed forever. But I would now like to ask you, after the pandemic or during the pandemic, what's been the impact in the touristic sector in Spain, and if we can speak about casualties, or what degree of casualties should we be speaking about? The impact has been devastating. I think we have to be clear, crystal clear on that. The calculations we've had from the European Commission speaks about a loss of income for the hostel sector of 85%, 90% in the case of cruises and airlines. So, well, in Spain, sometimes we tend to use moderate words, but it's been devastating for everyone. In the month of March, in the second half of March, do you know what was the rate of occupancy in hotels in Paris? 3.3%. I think this is an indication in the sense that we need to reposition tourism as an engine or driver for our economy. We need to rebuild the touristic sector. We are all aware that the big companies and their resilience capacity is coming to the limit. So we need, or the reason why we have activated this plan is because we have all the member states to provide grants or aids of public funds authorized by the European Union for these companies, up to 8,000 million euros for different loans and aids. This is a situation of reaction to the situation. We are aware that setting new pillars in tourism is necessary, and we firmly believe that a touristic sector that places its industrial model in this focus of digitalization, internationalization, etc., continues to be crucial. We can speak about that later on. Mr. Herrero, I would like you to give us your vision about our situation. Is it really so bad? You know very well Barcelona because it is or was a success model. What is our situation and what would be your recipe? Well, I believe the pandemic is a phenomenon that really affects the sectors that were based on mobility and contact. So it's obvious that the effects during these months are really enormous. What I believe is that tourism in Spain, we had a situation of strength, so our positioning was quite relevant. It's the second touristic power after the first, which is France. So this gives us an idea of the importance of Europe within the framework of international tourism. We were coming from a situation which was very strong. However, we also had certain homework to be done. Digitalization is an example. The effort to link tourism and sustainability, this was a task that was still to be done before. Now, in the pandemic, we need to face this challenge of recovery. We have great capacity to recover, but at the same time, we need to make the most of this recovery and use it to carry out this homework I was speaking about, trying to improve our touristic model. Of course, we've always said in this event that the fight to try to attract other sectors that may provide a higher added value to our activity. And this has a lot to do with sectors from other continents that have higher cost per day and person, and which has a lot to do with cities, cultural tourism, and everything that has to do with urban experiences. I think we need to work on this recovery on a quantitative perspective, which we, of course, need, because we are right now in the middle of the hardest moments. We need to recover quantitatively, but we can't forget about improving the quality of our supply to attract a better and more added value tourism. I would like to ask Mr. Piqué if you are a person who believes that after this kind of crisis we can get any kind of benefit. And secondly, I would like to have your vision in the context of the tensions between the US and China and the context of the potential effects these may have for Europe and for the touristic sector. Well, I think every crisis can also mean an opportunity. It's something we may all be saying, but we need to provide specific content to this sentence. What kind of opportunities do we have? Well, Mr. Herrero has explained some of them. Some crises help us to really see what is the homework to be done, what are the things that we need to do, and bring on the table this kind of homework that we have to do so that we have a better and quicker and robust recovery and prepares us for future crises that may come. In that sense, if you allow me, I would like to give a general perspective statement, thinking about Spain. Since we modernized the Spanish economy with the plan of stabilization in 1959, that is 60 years ago, we've had many crises, but we were always able to overcome it thanks to the touristic sector. The international framework would recover, and this would help our tourism. These foreign or international situation with many different nuances had two main levers. One of them was exports, exports of goods and services, and the other one has always been tourism. And I believe this explains the difference between this crisis because of the pandemic versus the rest of the European economies. Because it's true that in terms of exports, production sector, they are recovering, and they are recovering strongly. We depend on the recovery of our European neighbors, of course, because they are a big part of our exports, or they receive a big part of our exports. They start to work, and this could be a recovery lever. The one that is failing and had never failed before, on the contrary, it had always been the driver, the engine of our economy, is tourism. And this is also based on what Mr. Herrero has said. Tourism depends on mobility and presence, face-to-face activity, and this is what the pandemic has collapsed in comparison to prior crises. In the global context, you were asking, in a world where we can see a bigger difference or distance between China and the other influence area, which is the US, the United States, we wonder what is the role of Europe in this situation, and specifically of Spain. And of course, there are two types of discussions. One has to do with whether we are just going to be the play field or ground for this fight, whether we are going to be intermediaries or whether we play our own role and have a strategic vision to make our own decisions, mainly when the US is not anymore the superpower leading the world. We are now speaking about increasing the added value of tourism, quality tourism, tourism of high-income visitors, and this will not only depend on these high-income visitors that may come from Europe, but also the visitors that may be coming from the United States on the one hand side, and of course from the Asian continent on the other hand side, and specifically China. We may be speaking about Japan, South Korea, but China. So reorienting our policy, thinking about quality tourism, is important in thinking in these two different lines. We've been thinking a lot about what we've always had, which is the European tourism, but we now need to think that the world is different. The world is moving around the Malacca Strait, and this is where we need to go and find our new customers, our new visitors, because they have a higher purchasing power. Mr. Fonseca, what kind of actions can we expect in a country such as Spain, who has a great dependency on tourism? What kind of measures can we expect in the following months? Well, I believe that the fundamental element here is that the touristic sector needs to think about a new strategy. We're now under war economy, trying to keep the essentials and trying to keep our business fabric within the touristic sector. We may be speaking about the temporary employment adjustment schemes, etc. But this is a basic industrial sector, and it should reposition itself using the funds of the Next Generation Plan and the biannual plan. And we can't forget that Spain will receive from this plan for recovery and resilience between the year 2020 and 2023, 72 million euros of direct grants, thanks to the contribution of the Spanish part. There are also loans from 2024. Apart from that, we may be saying that Spain around 12 billion euros may be coming from the classical cohesion funds. What's the situation of the touristic sector? Well, what are the 7 main flagships that the Commission has announced, saying what are the priority sectors? Well, in the Green Agreement, or the Green Pact, we have 3 main pillars or flagships. First is renewable and clean energy, which without any kind of doubt can help the expansion of the touristic sector. Then we have sustainable transport. Spain needs to invest, and the touristic sector needs to invest more and more in making sure that the tourist is in a clean environment with a sustainable transport. And thirdly, we need to make a great investment in terms of energy efficiency. In the hotel sector, this is fundamental. If we add to this the fact that we need to continue keeping agreements for public aids plus private aids, I think the touristic sector is very well positioned, and it has a higher expansion or higher spread based on renewable energy, sustainable transport, and for example, we can speak about the Canary Islands. You can think about the Canary Islands and the distances between islands. If it would be easy to recharge your cars with electric cars in the road, that's essential for quality tourism. And thirdly, we need to speak about energy renewal. The less air conditioning we use, the better, and it would be a vector for that.
From a digital point of view, there are very important matters too. For instance, ensuring that all tourist packages ensure digital connection for us to be able to find customers at all times. This, together with public investment intended to achieve such a level of connectivity, will certainly enrich the sector in Spain. Ideas abound, in my opinion. We do know what needs to be done first, as Mr. Herrero mentioned earlier, sustainability, digitalization. Mr. Piqué, Mr. Herrero, I would like to ask you a question. Yes, we do have 3 pillars, 2 pillars. The European Union seems to be willing to help for us to transform and convert the sector. We then have a sector which is most dynamic, highly flexible, adaptable in spite of some drawbacks in Spain. I'm referring to people who see tourism as a different industry. Right. Do you believe that the public sector in Spain at this moment in time is clear as to making the most of the structure and European funding? Well, I think that is the case. It's absolutely crucial at this moment in time. Mr. Fonseca said it quite clearly. Europe is capable, Europe has funding to react, to respond, but things should not be taken for granted. All this should be based on the ability of a given country, of Spain, to generate interesting, profitable proposals, and without forging a great public and private alliance, Spain will fail. The Spanish government will fail for proposals to be launched. Of course, the incentive is there for both the public and the private sector to come up with proposals combining the modernity of our tourist industry, because I would like to put it that way, we are indeed an industry. We do generate a great deal of value added, but that needs to rely on energy on digitalization, yes, the opportunity is there for us. This is indeed one of the worst moments in time, but we are to work together to pool efforts, and without a doubt, politics are to be there to add up, to sum up, instead of fighting each other or generating wrong framework. The framework needs to be right for employers, workers to channelize their own projects. In that particular regard, yes, we are sort of obliged. And of course, obviously, discussions are there. They might not lead anywhere, but now we are to create, to put together a framework upon which transformation proposals can be raised. Yes, we were positioned before in a great manner, and over the past few years, I think we did a fine job. But now we are forced to ensure our survival in the short term, because, as a matter of fact, there are companies there who are on survival mode. Yes, we are to generate a strategy for the sector to survive on the one hand, and once we survive, once we make it, in the short, mid, and long term, the sector is to be transformed. So the new Green Deal needs to rely on a great example from Spain, and more particularly in the Spanish tourist sector. And this applies to other sectors across the economy of the country. Tourism itself needs to put forward great proposals in line with European priorities. Therefore, I call on all levels, the regions, the local level, Spain. The priority is there. The priority is for all of us to put together good, sound proposals. We will not be given things for free. Only on the basis of suitable, harmonic proposals we will benefit from this. Well, that is it, really. Nothing to add to Mr. Herreu's point. I fully agree with him. I also agree with Mr. Fonseca, of course, but let me just stress something that to me is fundamental. We seem to be confused, as a matter of fact. The next generation funding, and then the Stability Pact funding or other European funding lines, even the European Investment Bank and their funding. All that funding is intended to make room for tax policies, and therefore they are directly connected to the public sphere, to public debt issues. But when we talk about the next generation fund, those monies are not to be spent, for fiscal room to be made or to stabilize deficit issues or to reduce the weight of public debt. Rather, we are talking on funding that is to be used for investment matters, investment purposes. As Mr. Herreu rightly said, we must be absolutely in line with the principles set by the Commission and the European Council for us to be able to invest adequately. That takes a huge digitalization effort. It goes, through Green Deal aspects. It requires territorial cohesion. Of course, this being a very important matter. When we talk about quality tourism, we are to bear in mind we are referring to the fight against a depopulated country in many country areas in Spain that could really improve by attracting quality tourists. So, yes, in that respect, we need to have PPP models, public-private partnership models. Of course, that cannot be based on political decisions. Strategies are to be implemented for the long run based on the greatest consensus possible. I know this is a delicate issue, a sore point in a way at this particular moment in time, but, all other stakeholders need to exert pressure for consensus to actually occur, and for politicians, for policymakers to attentively listen to entrepreneurs, employers, and the business sector, because they do know what the strategies, what the needs are in the future. And bear in mind, the sector is fiercely competitive, which has caused Spain to rank first, to rank second worldwide as a tourist attraction country, and revenue-wise too, let alone the network of Spanish international companies that have been able to be there internationally all through the planet. So PPP, public-private partnership, is indeed the way to go. And of course, investment criteria are to be complied with. The criteria are well defined, but of course, we all need to be aligned and work on a more competitive economy, one that can play a role in the new globalized scenario. Okay, we're running a little bit late in our session, and I would like to ask a question launched by the audience and pass it on to you. Is it good news or bad news? Let me explain. Spain, unfortunately, is one of the countries that has been hit the most by COVID-19. What shall we do to fight back, if I may say so, or what shall we do to prevent Spain from having a negative image? Mr. Fonseca, would you like to have a go? As a European representative, I would like to refrain from answering and politely pass the question on to the other speakers. Well, the fight against the pandemic needs to bring us together, of course, from the individual citizen to all institutions at all levels. That is, without a doubt, a priority element. I believe, fortunately, this is a common evil, a common pest, if I may say so. It's being suffered by all countries worldwide, so we need to fight and beat the pandemic. First of all, don't forget our sector is based on movement, on the movement of people. We've been hit at our very core. Overcoming the epidemic, the pandemic, is absolutely crucial. During this time, we need to fight the disease, but at the same time, we need to come up with the best possible solution and a better positioning. To finish with, I would like to get a message through, a positive one. If it doesn't kill us, it will make us stronger, if you know what I mean. We will be stronger. We will become stronger. We have a lot of assets here in this country, in Spain, and therefore, you know, I mean, we have cities, regions, professionals, institutions, organizations that really took Spain on the lead, put Spain on the lead. So, yes, let's continue being leaders, being ambitious, and of course, we will lead the world. We will take the lead on again. Let me add that Spain's image, of course, in spite of the pandemic, is still very strong, still very powerful. And of course, that asset we cannot do without. It needs to be strengthened even further. Indeed, fighting the pandemic is a pre-requirement that goes without saying. And it'll be tough, of course, to bring mobility to former levels. People are scared, frightened. If you are frightened, you stay at home, you stay indoors, or you go to safer places, places that are perceived to be safer. Having said so, I would like to go a step beyond. Controlling the pandemic is not synonymous with putting an end to coronavirus. Unfortunately, we might have to get used to coexisting to the virus for quite a while. this is here to stay in a way, or at least going to take longer than we initially thought. If you remember, we talked about being hit during a quarter, during a term only, things being able to improve, to get better. After a while, after 3 months, we thought, the recovery curve was going to be great after 3 months. But it's taken longer, definitely longer. 1 quarter, 2 quarters, things may take even longer. We thought the summer would give us a bit of a break, but, Spain relies on the summer season for tourism purposes. Reality has proved us wrong. Very much the opposite. Initial recovery in June was stagnant, became stagnant in July, and August was a pathetic month, was a terrible month. Therefore, we ought to include that variable into the analysis, the fight against COVID-19. Understanding the virus is there, it's going to be there for a while. We're going to have to learn to live with it. We, as the tourist sector, and other related sectors too. Of course, our image plays a role, our branding plays a role in a country, and of course we can see what countries did a better job. But that discussion, to me, is not that interesting at this moment in time. In my view, we are to focus on what we need to do from now on, defining joint strategies, the private and the public sector. When I refer to the public sector, I mean to include all different administrations, but all policymakers too. All political forces are to be demanded. They need to be urged to live up to our expectations. Otherwise, that very powerful image, as Jordi Hereu mentioned, Spain's tourist image can be badly hit. And we're all accountable. We're all accountable for that. So let's live up to the expectations. Well, thank you. Thank you very much to the three of you. As a journalist myself, I think, your interventions have been very, very timely. And I would very much like to hear other people talking as you did. So thank you very much for your participation. Good afternoon to the three of you. And thank you very much for thoughtful discussion. Thank you for your food for thought. Thank you ever so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
It's been an interesting roundtable about the repositioning of Spain in the international market. Former Minister Josep Piqué recommended to reorient the model towards quality tourism, finding a balance between the economy and the health of the population is, of course, one of the key issues that we have to face in our sector. We are going to welcome Pepe Álvarez, Secretary General of the Unión General de Trabajadores, union created in Spain in 1888.
The dilemma in choosing between health, safety, and economy is a mistake. But it's mainly a mistake in a sector such as the touristic sector, the hotel sector, and the trade sector. We need to control the pandemic, and to the extent that we can control the pandemic, we will surely be able to control and make the recovery possible for trade and tourism. The recovery of economy in Spain cannot be possible without counting on tourism. We speak about almost 15% of the GDP, 3 million jobs. And this in itself is already relevant enough to make us be aware that we need the full recovery of tourism the hotel sector, and all the sectors related to it to be able to come out of the situation we are suffering. These are difficult days for the sector. Of course, the fall has been incredible this year, but I would also like to see the possibilities that may arise. I believe that the economic resources that our country will have coming from the European Union should strengthen the business fabric. We speak a lot about the industrial sector, but of course the touristic sector is also a fundamental element. This is why I believe that we need to harness this opportunity to make this change process that we've been speaking about. And we may only be speaking but not doing, but we have to do it in order to have better quality, more professionalization, and to have bigger dynamism and higher added value in the touristic sector and the hostelry or hotel business. We need to make investments. From the point of view of energy efficiency, that's clear, but also from the perspective of improving physical infrastructures and digital infrastructures. We need to optimize the business fabric, mainly creating employment and also being a driver in the different territories. We need to increase the economic sustainability, the social and environmental sustainability. In this process, we need to forget about the low-cost concept because I believe it doesn't contribute anything or almost anything to the hotel business or tourism in our country. We need to involve the local administrations and regional institutions. This is a battle we need to win together with them so that the touristic sector and the hotel sector and the rest of the subsectors that come along need to be fully empowered and fostered because there's an important element for the recovery in our new country, the new country that we are going to build after the pandemic. The touristic sector and the hotel sector is totally linked to trade, the trade sector. I believe that's why it is so important to use this opportunity to generate synergies between tourism, trade, restaurants and hotels, because they are going to be highly positive. In these hard moments and complex moments we are suffering, we also need to make it clear that we need more aids and help for this sector, the touristic sector and the hotel sector. And I am saying that these subsectors are important because if we don't have an important airlines working or land transport, and efficient land transport, there is going to be hard to achieve our goals. This is why the aids and the support need to be seen from this wider perspective. And surely, we also need to work in this recovery process with some specific experiences that would help us to drive these sectors. We proposed during the confinement, when we started to come out of home, the possibility to work with checks to empower tourism. And I think it's a good idea even to use the VAT as an element that would help us to boost these sectors in order to empower and help for its quicker recovery from the point of view of national tourism as well as from the international tourism. In my opinion, in this process for our trade union, the UGT, the main leg is the workers. Of course, from the point of view of hotels, tourism, restaurants, but also from the other related sectors that on a very direct way influence the image that we give to our visitors, and mainly the international visitors and tourists coming from other countries. It is an opportunity that we have to use to make our airports have smiley faces waiting to host our new tourists. And this means we need to invest in quality, and we need to invest in public services, even if they are managed by private companies. They need to make a great effort from that perspective, and this is a good opportunity to do so and have a change in our country. For us, boosting labor stability is another key element. The training of our workers, on the workers in these sectors, is crucial, and training them and having the possibility for them to work 1 year after another, we need to take this stability into account. This is why we believe it's important to boost and to foster the specific contracts that would help them. There are different types of contracts that would help and would be used as a very efficient tool that would help us to have hundreds and thousands of workers, and especially workers in restaurants, hotels, etc., to be ready to come back to activity whenever we can recover activity, and especially seasonal activity, in full conditions. Honestly, it doesn't matter how much we reject in part of our society about the virtues of tourism. I do firmly believe that our country needs to boost the recovery of this sector, because it's about having more quality, having higher added value, but also it is about keeping this sector as one of the fundamental sectors for our economy. We need to improve the quality and the purchasing power of the visitors we may have. We will probably need to make calculations according to the money that people are spending in our country, if we wish to keep the same levels we had before. From our trade union, the UGT, we will continue working in the touristic sector and the hotel sector, where we represent the majority of the workers, because they work, most of the workers join our trade union, and the workers know and the government knows that we want to do it in agreement, in cooperation, all together. And in this framework of rebuilding a new country, we believe it's important that we should create a common table for discussion, so that we can move from the tension and agitation that we have move into a collaboration environment. Thank you very much.
In this Shopping and Quality Tourism Summit, now we're going to put the focus on Spanish great cities, specifically in how 1,000-year-old cities can find an opportunity in innovation, technology, and sustainability. It's a pleasure to have Miguel Sanz with us, General Director of Tour España. He will open this space for the reflection for great cities, and then we will open a roundtable. As you know, Tour España España is a public institution belonging to the Ministry of Tourism, Commerce and Tourism, and that is in charge of the marketing of Spain as a brand in the world of tourism. Let's hear the words of Miguel Sanz.
Good evening. It is a pleasure to be here with you in this summit. We're doing it virtual, we're doing it online, as many things we're doing nowadays, but I hope that in the short term we can see each other and greet each other and share our experiences in the tourism industry, which has been affected by the pandemic. From Tour España, we are putting forward different initiatives to try to achieve different objectives. Firstly, to reactivate the markets and segments within the markets that have the possibility of traveling. Secondly, to protect and reinforce the destination brand of Spain and the values and attributes that this brand mean. And thirdly, to prepare in the medium and long term from different perspectives, having in mind that nowadays we still see many uncertainties around how the medium and long term is going to look like, and the different scenarios that we prepare need to bear this in mind. I'm going to begin with the first initiatives, the short-term initiatives, and these are trying to localize where we find population segments and markets having the possibility of traveling and which tend to travel more. For example, we have European public that during the winter travel to sun and beach destinations like the Canary Islands, where the high season is beginning now, and we need to help them so that this high season is the best possible. Also, we were saying before that we need to reinforce communication so that one of the touristic attributes of Spain that have benefited us the most in times where other destinations have got it worse, which is safety. Spain is a destination with sun, beach, cities, cultural heritage, artistic heritage, but it is also a safe destination. Public safety, food safety, health safety, and this is a challenge to keep the perception of our visitors of us as a safe destination, protecting all elements of its safety under these circumstances. And this nowadays we need to bear in mind that when we all, and the visitors mainly, face the process of traveling, the preparation of the travel, we face uncertainties that we are not used to, and we do not know how to face them. How do I prepare my luggage? We need to include masks, face masks, or disinfection gels, or having insurances, what type of illnesses the insurances cover. This is a good preparation, and a destination as Spain, a leader destination as Spain, needs to cover all these uncertainties, and we have done very well in this sense. In the beginning of this summer, we generated 21 guides for each of the touristic sectors for preventing the infection of this new illness. These are 21 subsectors which have applied specific actions for each of the sectors to prevent and contain this illness. And we need to congratulate us for our work because it has been very efficient. And the truth is that the tourism during this summer has not been one of the big vectors of infection. The health authorities have pointed to other vectors like social activities, family meetings, but the touristic destinations and the subsectors of the touristic activity, they have not been responsible of this infection, have not been a main vector of infection, and we need to congratulate us for this work, and we need to keep working on this. And the communication that we are proposing from Tour España to still have contact with our visitors in the following months, we need to have communication focused in reinforcing two ideas. One is that traveling is safe, and this is very important, and then provide the audience of our main source markets, provide them with the message that they can travel with safety and that Spain can help them and give them an added value to travel safe in 2020, 2021. This is very important. And afterwards, we also need to inform our visitors of the actions and measures that in Spain we have taken along the value chain of the touristic sector to help the prevention and the safety. We have reinforced and protected the touristic brand of Spain, and with it the touristic brand of the Spanish destinations, especially those that, due to their situation, are being mostly affected within the touristic sector. They are affected the most by the pandemic. For example, destinations that have to do with meetings, musical festivals, urban destinies, MICE, etc. So we need to protect this safety attribute and this idea that traveling is safe so that we can travel again to those destinations. Since I came to my office, I've been gathering with European officials to explain them what actions we have been taking in Spain within the touristic sector, and also that the restrictions imposed due to health reasons would need to be localized. That means that the epidemiological situations in the different regions of the Spain can be different, and we need to differentiate them. Last year, within the European Union, they have confirmed this localization of the restrictions. They are not focusing anymore in the whole country, but only in the regions, and that will make the different regions or those regions with best values, with best figures, to keep working on the tourism. And we also need to protect the brand throughout communication and the positive reinforcement of the safety. And then how can we prepare for the medium and long term? Well, I believe that we need to work at different levels of uncertainty, and it is necessary that we prepare for all of them. The first one is they are working on different vaccines, but we do not know when they will be prepared, they will be available. We need to bear this in mind, but also having this idea in mind. That means that we need to be able to receive touristic flows, even though the vaccine is still not in place. We are working with different governments, especially within Europe, to allow to substitute the restrictions of mobility, that means quarantines, substitute them with tests, what is called the test before travel. to conduct tests both in the source destination and in the target destination. This needs preparation, and let's hope that we overcome this obstacle because a vaccine is in force during the year 2021, but we also need to keep working on different aspects, these aspects that are previous to the application of the vaccine. We also need to prepare ourselves for going back to the normality. Having a vaccine or a therapeutic remedy or control of the epidemic throughout different mechanisms, we need to prepare ourselves to recover in an accelerated way the touristic sector. These apply to different segments, to different populations, and to give value to processes, accelerating processes. And for this, connectivity will be very important, and also infrastructure of marketing, support to the travel agencies, support to connectivity, point to point, or these are aspects that will be very important, and Tour España is working in them both for the medium and long term. This we need to do in coordination in all the Spanish destinations. We need to have a coordinated strategy so that the effects, that the actions we take are as fast and effective as possible. With the urban destinations in particular, we know that they are the most affected by the pandemic, and it's all about, and we in Tour España, Tour Spain, cannot. We want to protect the corporate fabric of the destination so that when the recovery comes into place, there are resources to recover quickly, and the local agents, local stakeholders, the state secretary, we are all working in reinforcing the touristic fabric and the corporate touristic fabric in the urban destinations. And afterwards, it will be also important to foster connectivity for all destinations, but especially for urban destinations. It is important to have segmentation of the visitors in the source markets. And also recovery in this sense will be step by step. These are more or less the ideas we are working at in Tour España. We are preparing the annual operative plan for 2021, establishing new contact points both with the private sector and the different regional governments to create a framework, operational framework that we can share in order to plan actions that are as effective as possible. I keep contact with the autonomous regions and regional governments, and let's hope that 2021 is the year of touristic recovery, not only in Spain, but also at global level, international level, and that we can reinforce this industry, which is so important for the Spanish economy, but also from the point of view of social work, employment, etc. So thank you very much for having me here. I'd like to thank the organization of this summit because with pandemic or without, we meet together year after year to share our experiences, and we learn together, which is so important for all of us. Thank you very much.
Miguel Sanz, General Director of Tour España, just intervened. We thank him for his intervention. He insisted on the importance of strengthening urban destinations. Now, with the representatives of the conventions bureaus from 6 important Spanish cities, we are going to talk about this. We have Manuel Molina, Director of OCTUBRE. He will be the facilitator of the next roundtable. He will introduce the speakers.
Good morning, and thank you. Welcome to this new roundtable of Shopping and Quality Tourism Summit. On this occasion, it is virtual due to the situation that we all know and we are experiencing. But there are new ways of adapting to the new reality, and this roundtable today gathers 6 high representatives of the 6 main urban destinations of Spain. And I wanted to thank the organization this opportunity to share the roundtable with them, where we will drive excellent conclusions, and some of them are good friends of mine. This roundtable is titled "The Major Spanish Cities from an Ancient History to an Innovative, Technological and Sustainable Offer." We're not going to speak about the history because we do not have much time, but we will focus on innovation, technology, and sustainability. Time is tight, so I'm going to present the 6 participants. From Madrid, we have Almudena Maillo, Councillor of the Delegate Area of Tourism in Madrid. Hi, Almudena. Are you there with us? Yes. Good morning. Thanks for the invitation. Thanks for sharing with us this time. In Barcelona, we have Marian Muro, CEO of Tourism Barcelona. Thank you very much. From Sevilla, Antonio Jiménez, CEO of Congresses and Tourism in Seville. Good morning. Thank you. Bilbao, another person of the Dream Team, Kepa Olavarrieta, Director of Bilbao Convention Bureau. Hi, Kepa, how are you? I'm fine, thank you. Francisco Quereda, Paco, Director of the Malaga Convention Bureau. Good morning, thanks for the invitation. And then, last but not least, as we say, Antonio Bernabé, General Director of the Foundation Visit Valencia. Good morning. It is an honor to be here, participate with all my colleagues in this awesome webinar. We have 45 minutes to speak around the main topics of these times regarding urban destinations. And to answer the title of this roundtable, we will begin in the order of participation that I presented speakers. And I would like that all of you, within your experience in your cities, tell us a bit what you are doing to adapt your offer to these 3 values that the title focus on: innovation, technology, and sustainability. 4 or 5 minutes for this first intervention. Almudena, what can you tell us about this adaptation or refocusing, so to say, because you've been working in this for years? Well, I think this crisis that we are experiencing, which has been huge, and we are suffering it, especially in the tourism sector, has obliged us to redefine ourselves. We had been working on it, but in Madrid in 2020, we had good figures of tourism, but this mandatory stop that we had to do, in this we had the necessity of refocusing us towards improving governance of tourism, which is crucial, and we know it in our city council. And we need to collaborate with the private sector. Only joining public and private sector we will success. Then our strategy goes towards digitalization and innovation in the use of data. And thirdly, tourism needs to be sustainable. We are experiencing within the big cities that the configuration of the cities has changed due to the lack of tourists, and therefore we need to to think about a new tourism model based on sustainability, not only, which is important not only economically but also socially for the cities, so that they keep that liveliness that they had before. And precisely, digitalization and sustainability are the two main words that the city councillor, city mayor of Madrid uses as tools to walk or get away with this crisis. Thanks, Almudena. The other big city in this challenge, touristic challenge, not only in sports, Barcelona, Valencia. Marian Muro, what can you tell us about this adaptation around the values of innovation, sustainability, and technology? Well, we are taking advantage of the time we have right now to propose a new strategy for the tourism of Barcelona in the coming years. We are basically in 5 pillars. We are finishing now the configuration of a digitalization plan, which tackles not only the organization, but also the tools of promotion and marketing of the city in the touristic sector, the configuration of systems of big data, which allows us to take decisions based on real data, and the trend is having these big systems. This is the block of digitalization. We have many other actions, almost 50 actions, but not to speak about all of them. I just summarized it in a block. Secondly, the second block is content. I believe Spain, in general terms, Valencia especially, we have a problem of contents. We need to introduce new contents. In fact, every week we are gathering with tour operators of the main destinations, which are interesting for Barcelona, and they are insisting on the necessity of having new contents as a city. Cities keep changing, and Barcelona can present itself to the world with new contents, with the ecosystem of startups that it has, with all the districts, technological districts we have. Let's think that other countries like Israel have a percentage of technological tourism which gathers a lot of money, and therefore at this very moment we are introducing new contents so that when we come out to the market, Barcelona has a new appearance, not only with modernism and gastronomy as we had before, but with new contents that we are generating right now. The third pillar is we are redesigning the marketing and promotion of Barcelona, understanding it as a narration of the city, and we are going towards markets which are of our interest. We cannot promote ourselves in all markets. Not all markets are target markets, markets of interest. We can see a market having a high volume of tourists, but in terms of richness, it's not so valuable, and we have other type of tourists which is less volume and therefore less impact in the city, but also leaves money economically in the city. This is a process of selection of markets, and we also bid for new markets. We are using new tools for the Chinese market. We have hired people in China so that they help us to prepare for the next years, for the upcoming years, and we are rethinking the strategy of marketing and promotion. We are not going to go to every market, only to those markets that fit into our strategies. And Well, this is also important. And then we are also going to keep working, with the cooperation of the public and private sector. It is crucial in these moments. We are working for a city, but also for many economical stakeholders of the city, and therefore we need to encounter these common spaces that allow us to take actions jointly together. In all this approach, for us, it is crucial to have a strategy not only in Barcelona, but together with other big cities of Spain and also other big cities of Europe, because for certain messages we need to find common contents to present ourselves in the markets as a line of cities that you have to access to the knowledge and contents that interest the tourists. Thank you, Mariam. You were just in time. Antonio Jimenez from Convention Bureau of Sevilla. Can you tell us a bit about your actions? Yeah. Good morning. As you all know, we started the pandemic period working on 8 strategic lines that we wanted to base our touristic policy in, and we are reorganizing the public sector, organizing the Palace of Congresses. There were 8 strategic lines that we are defining, right? They are not new. We are speaking about digitalization. We are speaking about the definition of the product. In the case of the gastronomic product, we still lacked of an identity, a gastronomic identity in the city of Seville, and we are redesigning this idea and also redesigning the cooperation between the public and the private sector in order to conquer new spaces with a new gastronomic profile and a new gastronomic discourse. But above all, we need to settle the foundations of where we want to go towards in the future. We are monitoring how everything is changing, and the profiles of the tourists have changed in terms of nationalities in the ranking that we had and from visits to the city. At the medium term, we are analyzing markets that before were not important for the city of Sevilla, and we are then focusing all our strategy to join together the public-private relation and also the public actions in order to reach these new markets, which are these markets that are very interesting for the city of Sevilla. Also, the strategy of joining together within a public enterprise, developing new interesting products in the Palace of Congresses, both in the digital field, and attracting also investments throughout promotion. For example, Industry 5.0, which is an event that we organized in the digital field. It will be organized briefly. And we also work with sustainability, cooperation, public-private sector. But above all, we have a touristic plan. We count with 5 million euro as a budget for this plan, and in 4 years will revive one of the touristic districts of the city of Seville, which is very important, and this will create and generate jobs and will improve economy in the society, and this is what we want. Thank you, Antonio. Paula Barrieta from Bilbao, one of the big cities with good touristic development and continuously adapting to the new times. Kepa, can you tell us a bit about your city? Yes. Before all this happened, we were already adapting to the new situations, to the new growth, and according to the activity we had before. And the truth is that the new situation has made us to accelerate. We had seen a new scenario, a very completely new scenario, which has also made us realize how comfortable the situation was before. We, as Convention Bureau, need to acknowledge, to recognize that we were controlling the situation of offer-demand and the different services and the strengths we had throughout our partners and the enterprises and the resources we had in the city, and trying to match the offer and the demand so that the city would be headquarters of different types of events and congresses was quite easy, and we are realizing it now.
Now we are realizing, given this scenario, now we're thinking about things that are completely new. It is true that when we talk about sustainability and digitalization, we need to understand it as a whole. It wouldn't be wise to think of one of these concepts without taking into account the other. This is what the environment requires of us, and we need it in order to be efficient, to be competitive, and in order to satisfy the needs of our clients. I think that there is an important question here, which is good communication. The success of cities will depend on the fact that we are able to take this step. Maria mentioned public-private partnerships. I think that one of the keys is here. We should be able to share spaces so that private companies can progress at the same pace that we are advancing with this new situation. We should share experiences, spaces. We should take everyone in mind in order to make decisions in this new scenario, which we will all be fully immersed in, and I'm sure that we will do things right. In this sense, and in relation with sustainability and digitalization, I'm going to mention something which is quite current in Bilbao. That is the creation of a strategy for city events, where cities are able to choose or foster those events which are much more interesting for the city, for their industry. This should be one of our names, and we'll take that into account probably. We will have the opportunity to go deeper into this question. Francisco from the Convention Bureau, Malaga Convention Bureau. Well, the common item here is private-public partnerships. In Malaga, we have been working in a strategic plan for 2022-2025. The Convention Bureau is also developing its new strategic plan. With this situation, we have accelerated this process. The Forum for Tourism, where all the associations are, hotels, restaurants, etc. We have strengthened these meetings since the outbreak of the pandemic. We need to work together and we need to have the support of entrepreneurs and the private sector, because the private sector is the one that is suffering this pandemic the most. We need to take into account all the agents in the tourism sectors in the city. The idea is that this strategic plan is agreed among everyone. We have been working, as I said, on these pillars: flexibility, innovation, culture, accessibility, etc. And we are the European capital of smart tourism, together with Göteborg. These are three pillars we have been working on quite intensively. We have been working deeply on digitalization, especially right now, given the circumstances. And of course, decision-making in terms of marketing, communication, promotion, and destination management now will be much more prone to be successful, given these actions that have been surgically designed. In the field of smart tourism, we have been awarded as a DTI, Intelligent Tourism Destination, after a review process. In the last 2 weeks, for instance, we have bought some antigen tests, and we have started a pilot. I think this is one of the first pilots in Spain, in the Congress Hall. Smart Agri-Food was 2 weeks ago, and now we have, last week, another Congress, and everyone coming to this international show had to undergo a test. It was quite successful, and now these tests are going to be done also in the restauration and hospitality sector. Everyone is willing to join this pilot, because if the workers in a destination can offer these levels of safety, because we need to convey this idea that we are a wonderful destination which is also safe. And following what Kepa just said, the strategy of the Convention Bureau in this case is about identifying the ecosystem of companies in our city. We have a technological park in our city, which is the leader in Andalusia, and those kind of events are the ones that we should focus on, where our city can be powerful, and in order to be able to promote them much more successfully, we should maybe leave aside large congresses with 2,000, 3,000 people in Malaga. We had a problem with that, given the amount of hotel rooms. Now, we should focus on promoting congresses and events which do not only have an economic impact on the city, of course, because people that come to a city for a congress spend more money than tourists, but it also have a social impact and can also lead to investments by companies that want to settle in Malaga. We had already started this strategy, and it has been accelerated. Well, now, last but not least, Tony Barabé is the Managing Director of the Visit Valencia Foundation. Tony, you have the floor. Tony is muted. My apologies, I was muted. Thank you very much. I was listening to my colleagues, and I think that we all more or less agree on the title of this roundtable about strategies. Focusing on innovation, sustainability and digitalization was one of the priorities in recent years. Now, the importance of catching up in the case of those that were not doing things at the right pace. Now, these people are going to have much more problems. They will have to accelerate all processes that they were working on. In this sense, we are rethinking our offer. Our colleagues are working in similar projects in order to generate more value within our offer, taking into account innovation, technology, sustainability. For instance, congresses need to have a sustainable concept in mind. Destinations should promote events, congresses, all kinds of celebrations, but always with sustainability criteria in mind. This has an impact on the model of products that we offer and can also lead to offering much more facilities for companies that are going to work with us in the short, medium and long term, producers that come to our cities to film movies or other events in the city. So our offer must be defined taking into account these vectors. We have been focusing on digitalization with a high level of determination, mainly focusing on big data, information. We have been working on our first stage of an intelligent system. It's been working already for 1.5 years. It has been adapted with dashboards that are quite easy to use so that any company can access information that is important for them to define their strategy. Now we are on the second stage. We are developing new dashboards and new sources. All this is being done taking into account the needs of information that the industry conveyed to us, but also taking into account marketing tools. We want marketing to be as efficient as possible. We are integrating all sales systems. And besides, these tools that we are incorporating must be easy to use, must be user-friendly, and then if the industry wants to start using these tools in their companies, in their environments, then they should be able to do it. There was a difficult time for companies at a certain point because the economic situation that they are living is quite difficult. They are trying to make ends meet. They are trying to survive. Some of them have closed, and they do not know if they are going to be able to reopen at some point. That's why public support is going to be essential. I want to put this on the table. It's not only about what we do, but also about giving the opportunity through these European funds, which should be redirected for projects where companies companies should be able to use them to accelerate processes in their environment. In terms of sustainability, we wanted to position the city in terms of sustainability. We have certified the carbon footprint of tourism in our city. We have a certification in order to know what our starting point is. Our goal is to be carbon neutral by 2025. We have measured the 10 chapters of the carbon footprint of tourism in the city, taking into account accommodation, activities carried out by tourism, transportation, and now we are establishing some decarbonization goals and developing tools so that companies and the public sector can contribute to this goal of being carbon neutral. Well, we could go on forever with more examples. Well, I'm sure we could. We'll give it a try. Now I would like to delve deeper in one issue that some of you have already mentioned, but I think they are relevant for our audience and our partners in different destinations. Marian talked about this, and I think Antonio as well. Markets. Marian was talking about the profitability of some markets compared to others. We are aware that not always volume means profitability, and specifically not environmental or social profitability. So quite quickly, if you can, I would like Tony to start, since you had to wait for your first contribution, and then you can speak freely. Could you identify just quickly 2-3 markets that you were working on before and the ones that you are focusing on right now, just quickly? And also the values that are focusing your strategy. Well, here the situation of each city is different. Connectivity is a key element. The connectivity of Madrid or Barcelona, well, Bilbao, Malaga, and Sevilla, or Valencia, we don't have that level of connectivity. This has an important impact in your strategy as a city. For us, the priority is still to focus on European markets. That's where we have a really good level of connectivity. Especially, we need to work better on the segmentation in these markets in order to be able to capture those visitors that we are looking for. Visitors that are respectful with the city and which at the same time have a higher purchasing power. That's what I think all of us are looking for. The absolute priority would be America and Asia. Those are the largest markets. The American one is more traditional for us, but the Asian market is also a key market. Barcelona, as Marian mentioned, is focusing quite a lot on China as the largest market in Asia. For us, that would mean to be in the circuits that they developed. Of course, they are not going to arrive directly in Valencia from China. That's why we should try to adapt our offer to these kind of clients. But the priority must be set on the European market for obvious connectivity reasons. Marian, Almudena, Barcelona and Madrid, could you develop a little bit more this idea of the profitable markets? Well, as I said, we were working on a 3-year planning. What we see is that we need to do a selection of markets that are more interesting for us. For many years, we have been working on promotion, and the more the better, but now we think this is no longer the way, and we need to go out to look for markets that have features or attributes that are more interesting for us as a city. For reasons of proximity, connectivity, maybe we could say, well, we have worked a lot on the French market because it's really close to us, but we also have the German market, the British market. Now we have to focus on the medium term. On the short term, we are all trying to do what we can. In this case, in the short term, it's about surviving, not about managing. What should we do right now in the short term? Just survive. But then we need to have a certain projection. Where do we want to be in 3 years? If Southeast Asia for me was 10% before, now in 10 years, through all these actions that we are going to implement, focusing on these target markets, maybe in 2 years, this 10% should be 13%. And we should establish clear KPIs to see what the return on investment is. Same thing with the American market. It is true that right now, and I insist a lot on this, we are doing 2-year plannings with a level of uncertainty which is high given the current situation. Maybe this situation will be solved sooner or later, we don't know when, but I know that this situation will be solved, and then when it's solved, we need to be in the front line. We have done the communication campaign, we have it ready for international markets. We have it just stored in and focusing on the markets that we want to go to. Some things are not going to change. Some things are here to stay. We are seeing it when we analyze all the origin countries. People are going to avoid massifications. They are going to go to secondary destination. We are going to have many travels with just a few people. People will, some travel agencies will need to sell safe destinations. These are many changes. Will this happen? Well, soon. We don't know if American Airlines will keep 2 flights to Barcelona per day or China. But we are working with some scenarios, and in this we need to do a planning and thinking about those priority markets. Well, these are these markets which are quite flowing markets, let's say. Almudena? As Marian was saying, now we are facing a situation of uncertainty. We are working with this variable that makes it difficult for us to establish strategies. But as a strategy to follow, we need to keep open contacts with markets that are key markets for us. For instance, for us, those that we think are going to emerge from the crisis before and the ones that provide more economic value for the city. We're focusing on Asia mainly, America, Latin America. These are the markets with higher levels of growth in recent years, and we expect them to recover much more quickly, specifically Asia. What we are doing and what we have been doing is to be in contact with them. We do not want Madrid to disappear from the map. Of course, the largest campaigns will be done at a later stage, but we are telling them about the measures that are being implemented in Madrid, what is happening in Madrid. I think we all agree here on this. It is quite commendable to see that the value chain in the tourism sector is doing everything they can in order to provide safe experiences. According to the studies that we have carried out, we see that safety is the main priority now for visitors, for tourists, but we need to provide information about all these safety measures that are being implemented in Madrid. And then, as I said, we need to be at the front line. Madrid has the advantage of Barajas, of the international airport, which has many connections. This could allow us to regain these levels of tourism, specifically on those markets. Antonio and Paco, just one last question as specialist in destination management. Antonio, you can start. In our case, we need to differentiate between the short and the medium-long term. In the short term, we are focusing mainly on European positioning strategy, specifically given the connectivity that we have right now. and some routes that could be opened. Some of them are open and then they don't work as we expected. But mainly, we have some connections with Northern Europe and Eastern Europe, which weren't relevant before, and now they are gaining some importance. In the long term, of course, Asia for us is essential, specifically for the consumption in the city. As for instance, the tablaos, restaurants, shopping, etc. We've been working with North America for quite some time. It has been the second source of visitors for us for a long time. We are going to reinforce alliances in this case. And it's one of our main priorities as a market. Maybe we shouldn't talk so much about the market, but rather about the profile of visitors, of tourists. We should try to strengthen our discourse or tourism image to gain or to capture this kind of visitors. As it has been said already, given the current limitation of mobility and the lack of trust of potential visitors regarding safety, given these circumstances, we need to think about markets that are close to us, which are aware of our existence, specifically in the case of Bilbao. When can we open or increase our outreach? Well, we can't know. We do not know so far, unfortunately, but our expectation is to increase our outreach. It is also true that promotion is expensive. It's going to be expensive. So as long as we increase our outreach to markets that are far away from us, we need to be selective, as we've seen in some studies. We need to focus on markets that identify with the kind of product that our destination offers, where we have some level of certainty that they will feel comfortable when they visit Bilbao. But coming back to something we mentioned in the previous round, we need to make a common effort in order to generate trust. If we generate trust among tourists, we will be able to increase the options, mobility options, and we will be able to contact our markets to make potential visitors feel safe so that they are willing to come to our destinations. Paco. I totally agree. Of course, we are all aware of our potential markets. Malaga, before the pandemic, focused mainly on the European market. We have over 140 European destinations with a direct flight. That will come back at some point. We don't know when, so we need to think and differentiate between the short term and the long term. National tourists, of course, are a target for us, specifically people coming to Andalusia. And as Kepa said, depending on the circumstances, we'll see. Malaga is communicating to the outside world all the events that we are developing. We are going to have a satellite in Malaga in October. We expect many people from Southern Europe to come, and it will be also, it will have a hybrid modality open to the whole world. This face-to-face Congress, I think, is the best promotion we could do. Of course, when people have trust again, first in Spain and then outside Spain, the goal is clear for us. We want quality tourism. We want to get it back. Latin America, North America, Asia, the Middle East. We had a good strategy together with Sevilla, Córdoba, and Granada, this Andalusian Soul project focusing on Latin American and Asian markets. We will need to retake this strategy, but we'll see when. Well, we are running out of time, but we have some questions from the audience, but most of them have been already solved. I think you have already talked about the promotion, or for instance, in the case of Madrid, but I think you answered to that question. You have shown some practical examples. To conclude, and as a challenge, maybe some of you could be able to convey with just one word or one concept. Maybe you could be able to give us a recipe. We've seen that destination managers at a local, regional, or national level, of course, we've seen that the brand of Spain has been eroded given the current health situation, also in terms of communication. You are specialists in destination management, so I would like to know, beyond the concept of health safety, what do you think we should do in order to recover the trust of these main markets? We do not have much time, but just a sentence to conclude from each of us. Paco, maybe you can start. What do you think? Well, this is a challenge, regaining this trust, since this is something that is measurable and this is just a crisis that is specific to this moment. We have many ambassadors all over the world. We can remember Rafa Nadal last Sunday. So I think as soon as possible this situation will be solved. We had a real good image, and I think we'll be able to recover it. Thank you, Paco, for sharing your knowledge. Kepa, what would you advise in this case? Well, going back to what we just said, we need to be consistent with our message. We should all follow the same line of course, the message must focus on something that is real. We need to make our destination stronger in terms of sustainability, and we should be able to convey this idea. I agree with Paco. There are many more attributes that make our brand quite powerful. Marian. Well, I do not agree, really. What you are saying, we're going to do it, all of us, but in order to regain trust, Spain needs to have a message for international markets, a strategy that has been well thought of. We cannot do much if we have this image and this communication. So first of all, we need to go to the markets with a good strategic communication, and then each of us within our scope, we can do our work. But the most important thing is the image we are conveying to the world. Thank you, Marian. Thank you for sharing your ideas and your knowledge with us. Almudena, what do you think? What's your opinion about the image?
Well, I agree with Mariam. I think we are all doing a good work, and also the industry in terms of resilience. We are adapting to the times, but we need to recover the confidence in the destination of Spain. We need to speak about safety, but also the first thing we need to do is to recover this confidence and trust as destination, and then adapt ourselves and focus the strategy. We bid for that high-quality tourism which provides the whole value chain good value in Madrid, and we want to take advantage of this opportunity for situating Madrid as in the leadership of the big capitals. But we need to recover the confidence in the destination, because when the crisis goes by, I know Madrid and Spain will be in the leadership again. Almudena, thank you for your intervention. And Antonio Sevilla, well, I will sum up in one sentence what Mariama said. So we need to work in terms of quality in the whole value chain. The most important thing that the image and the projection of Spain at international level needs is to identify Spain with a high-quality image and experience and destination. Tony, you are the last one, because you were in the front line of the brand of Spain for some time, and due to your experience, maybe you can give us a good recommendation in this sense. Yeah, we always perceive situations as something very regional, local, but the perception of what's happening right now is global, and touristic demand in general sees that this is a global problem. So when the tourist recovers the trust in traveling, because the pandemic is controlled in the whole planet, things will change, and we need to bid for high quality, keep working on innovation, and also from a perspective of cooperation between the public and the private sector, and cooperation between all destinations. We need to strengthen the destination Spain. We all cities need to cooperate for this and work together, enterprises and institutions. Sorry, I wanted to say something else. Just half a second. I think in this forum we have interesting people, the responsibles of representatives of AENA participating in this forum. So I would like to ask them, why can we not have in the airports of Spain the possibilities of conducting tests to all citizens coming to our country? Some of them, we do not need to have 53 million visitors. With 15, it will be enough. Why can we not, in our airports, establish a system of tests in order to generate trust? Well, Mariam, you have set this question for the next debates, and I hope the organization gathers this question, and we keep working on the topic. Thank you very much, Mariam. Thank you, Tony, Paco, Kepa, Antonio, and Almudena for participating in this debate this morning, and thanks to the organization. And we hope that the next event is presential, and with that will mean that everything has gone back to normal. Thank you. Thank you very much.
This roundtable discussion has been very enriching. We have heard a very deep and close analysis of the outdoor reality of 6 Spanish cities, attracting urban tourism, rethinking origin countries for a higher profitability, the use of technologies as a fundamental element to recover reputation. These are all very valuable keys contributed in this roundtable discussion. Now we're going to have a break for lunch, and we will resume this summit at 4 p.m. with forecasts for 2021 by Miguel Flecha, who is the travel manager at Accenture. We will also have Javier Gándara, the chairman of the Air Carrier Association, and Luis Iglesias, managing partner at Alantra, in a roundtable discussion moderated by the journalist Manuel Campo Vidal. We will be waiting for you at 4 p.m. Thank you.
Decían que la tecnología nos separaba. Hoy somos testigos de que es justo lo que más unidos nos mantiene. Decían que las redes sociales estaban cambiando nuestros hábitos. Hoy vemos que nada puede cambiarnos. Decían que la tecnología nos robaría algún día el trabajo. Y ahora es, precisamente, lo que a muchos nos permite seguir conservándolo. Decían que nos habíamos vuelto egoístas por estar pegados al móvil. Hoy, gracias a ellos, conseguimos que nadie se quede atrás. Nunca antes la tecnología había sido tan humana. Y es en momentos como este, cuando más nos damos cuenta de que no existe nada más humano que estar conectados. Conectados con lo que realmente importa.
Madrid is all the gates that are open.
We are now going to focus on the forecasts for the next year. We will start by listening to Miguel Flecha, the travel manager at Accenture, and then we will have a roundtable discussion where we will also analyze the forecasts for the tourist sector in 2021.
Good afternoon. My name is Miguel Flecha. I'm responsible for the travel segment in Accenture Europe. I would like to talk to you about the recovery of the tourist sector in the coming months. To do so, over the past few weeks, we worked on a report. I will share with you the link once it is published on our website. In that report, we attempted to understand the different possible scenarios and the possibilities for the sector to attain recovery, to get over the crisis. The report has a global dimension, but I will give you some details on how this will affect Spain and how things will apply to Spain and the tasks Spain should complete in those different scenarios. Right, the report begins by asking clients, by asking the final consumer. From the beginning of the pandemic, we did some research exercises with tourism companies to try and understand the user perception on different aspects, about different aspects. For instance, as far as our industry is concerned, what the perception was when catching a plane, booking a hotel, renting a car. All such aspects have been updated on a regular basis right from the onset of the pandemic. The conclusions in the report, well, as I said earlier, we included consumers and users from more than 20 countries, and those conclusions point to traveling comfortably. At the beginning, that particular item had a very low score, but catching a plane or going on a cruise were very frightening possibilities at the beginning, with 58% in June, July, still feeling a bit awkward when having to travel. Or, for instance, being lodged at a hotel seemed to be a safer possibility. In fact, 60% of interviewees felt fairly comfortable and safe when staying in a hotel. So, as I said, this is an overall view, an overall report. I suppose the percentages I just mentioned could be applicable to Spain too. Having said so, hotel and plane occupancy was lower in Spain. Local tourism came in handy, I have to say, but we're still a bit uncertain. But yes, uncertain is a common term. Things will be uncertain. Indeed, the sector is not yet able to plan beforehand, to plan recovery, to plan how the sector will get over. It's difficult to guess. We do not have the capability to foresee. Basically, we analyze 4 possible scenarios for recovery. These scenarios are based, as you would imagine, on a vaccine being available, responses from policymakers, the civil society response, the priorities with clients, with travelers. What are the priorities when they travel. And in general terms, the global overall economic context, because that will have an influence too. Obviously, the ability of a person to travel will depend on their income, on their home economics in a way. So using those aspects, we identified 4 scenarios. Number 1 scenario is a bit more optimistic, recovery being quick and fast. In that scenario, companies would recover and would go back to their demand levels in 2021, with acceleration being quite poignant. This optimistic scenario by 2022 would see the same levels of 2019. This scenario will obviously depend on the advent of a vaccine. Scenario number 2, vaccines take longer, but things can coexist. We can coexist with the virus, with COVID-19. Contention measures work. The number of tourists goes up, and customers come to the destination. In this scenario, most likely in 2021, 2021 will be a complicated year, a tough year, recovery being a bit more progressive in 2022. Things would not be totally like in 2019, but things would look not so bleak, would look a little bit better. And I would say this scenario would be fairly likely. I can see Spain being in that particular scenario if measures become more stable. And yes, possibly as from Easter in 2022, we would go back to almost the same levels than in 2019. Scenario number 3. In scenario number 3, the vaccine takes a long time. Constrained measures don't control the spread of the virus all that well. Scenario number 3 is a complicated one. 2021, in that scenario, is going to be a difficult year, complex year, and the same goes for 2022. In 2022, recovery would be very gradual, very progressive. So 22 would be a tough year, and maybe recovery would come in 2023. And finally, scenario number 4, disaster, utter disaster. I hope it is not the case. I hope that scenario doesn't come true ever at all, because scenario number 4 would be absolutely lethal to the sector. Okay, so given all these scenarios, in the report we tried to understand the priorities, the actions to be taken by the sector for each particular scenario. Priorities for investment, for instance, would have to be considered for the sector to survive, because in scenario 3 and 4, some companies may go bankrupt. Basically, we identified 7 priorities which we believe to be fundamental, which we believe to be key. If the sector really focuses on such priorities, I will not go through this in detail because you can read the report, but with those 7 priorities, we believe the sector has a very good roadmap to get over and to become stronger, even because in actual fact these issues, these aspects were already considered by companies in the past, but priority had not been given to such initiatives for them to make progress. Okay, priority number one, customer experience. Increase the focus on customer experience. The sector is obviously suffering. There are very few travelers. So how can we offer customers a customized, a bespoke experience? How can we ensure clients travel and have a customer experience? In fact, customers need to trust us and confide in us. So in our view, that is priority one. There's nothing to be done unless travelers and tourists trust us. Otherwise, clients will not travel, and so recovery will not come true. Priority number two. How can we learn from other industries? For quite a few years, particularly in the airline sector, a lot has been said about selling the flight, selling the airline product as if they were retailers. That takes significant technological transformation, but if that is achieved, the sector will be positioned so very differently. We are talking about selling higher value products at a higher price, so the investment it takes will certainly be paid off at some point, because this can be applied to the whole tourist sector. Priority number three, the workforce. We believe there is an opportunity to build a far more effective and efficient workforce using technology, providing them with training, and taking into account the huge volumes of employment, the many jobs the sector provides the country with. Then this priority is very important, but it takes investment in the staff. Employees need to be trained to adequately do their job, to take care of customers, to ensure their security and their safety. So transformation is a must concerning the staff and their contribution to recovery. The next priority has to do with the smart business and the use of data to improve the user experience, to be more effective. Of course, this takes money too. This takes investment. Data take investment. And yes, important efforts have been made, but the prospects are there. And option number 5, how can we operate some areas in our organization using technology to be more effective? I'm talking about finance, I'm talking about procurement. Priority number 6, digitalization, transformation from a technological point of view. This is fundamental to us in tourism, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, machine intelligence, automation. The sector has very little business, but transformation and digitalization cannot be overlooked. And finally, identifying new sources of business, new ways of being more sustainable as an industry. We are high users of energy. We use a lot of resources, so many initiatives could be welcome. Basically, this is the roadmap of the priorities for the sector and from now on. And of course, the industry in Spain needs to follow that roadmap. As I said earlier, this is all published on our website, particularly in the section concerning industry and travel on our website. Thank you very much. I hope you will continue enjoying the forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel Flecha, for showing us these proposals for preparing for tomorrow, where I can highlight the forecast of the behavior of the consumer. We invite you to come to the roundtable where we will keep reflecting on the short-term future. Let's welcome the journalist Manuel Campo Vidal. He will moderate this roundtable. Look to 2021.
Our summit continues, our Quality Tourism Summit 2020. In our roundtable, we seek to answer a question, a very common question. Let me explain. What about 2021? What's going to happen in 2021? 2020 is a bad patch, but what are we to do in 2021? That's the question to our panel. In actual fact, it is entitled A Gaze into 2021. Our speakers are Javier Gangara, he is the president of the Air Carrier Association, ALA, Luis Iglesias, managing partner in Alantra, and Miguel Flecha is the manager director of Accenture Industry Travel. They shall have some time. We will give them a few minutes to answer important questions. Question number one. Do you think the pandemic will modify our tourist typology? Will it affect the prices? Everybody wonders what's going to happen in 2021. Will we ever go back to normal? The floor goes to Javier Gangara, the president of the Air Carrier Association, ALA. First of all, let me thank you for your kind invitation to be here with high-statured speakers. Yeah, the $1 million question. As far as airlines are concerned, it's really difficult for us to determine what's going to happen in 2021. In actual fact, we're still wondering what the flights are going to be for November 2020. You know, things have changed so dramatically. You know, in the past, we could plan for a year period. Nowadays, things change every other week. As for your question, how is the profile, the typology of tourists going to change? Well, that is a crucial question, but let me tell you something. People will look forward to traveling again. They did before the pandemic, they will after the pandemic. So there you go. That's a good side to think. Things are hopeful in that regard. However, the way we travel, that might certainly change. Or some sectors of passengers, of tourists, might be affected. Most clearly, the incentive travel sector, the event and travel sector, incentive tourism, corporate tourism, that might be changed. But tourism as a whole, in my opinion, will continue being a cornerstone, if I may say so. Concerning prices, we did achieve something in recent years, namely making traveling more accessible, more affordable to all users. So we believe the pandemic will not necessarily cause flights to be more expensive, more dear. In fact, if we look back to the crisis in 2001, you know, people thought at the time the aviation sector, the flying sector, the airline sector was going to change dramatically, particularly in the United States. And we know measures were put in place and people now take them for granted. You know, I'm talking about security particularly. And that did not cause cause prices to go up either. In fact, the prices have gone down year after year. So we are a dark horse, yes, and we are the winning horse in a way. Having said so, things will change. The way we travel will change, but people will continue traveling, no doubt about that. Let me qualify something. Yes, the way we travel will change. We can see that already, but give us some basic details about that. Well, let's talk about the flight. Everybody has to wear a face mask on a plane. It was compulsory before it was compulsory in many countries. And of course, boarding, social distancing, disinfection is a lot more regular now for planes. People don't notice that, but it is the case. And some airports, many airports are actually completing quick tests for COVID-19 in an attempt to mitigate propagation. The application of all such measures has helped us to reduce the possibility of contagion on a plane. That likelihood is 1 out of 27 million, so you are more likely to win the lottery than having COVID on a plane. Most likely, more measures will be implemented as we get to know more about the virus. Luis Iglesias is the managing partner in Alantra. He has 20 years' experience in real estate. Can you comment on that question? What is your gaze from the state agency sector, from the real estate sector? First things first, I would like to say thank you to the organizers of the summit. Thank you for this opportunity to be here in this roundtable with the rest of the speakers and with the chair. Thank you. Well, that's a tough question, no doubt. What are the prospects for 2021? Well, it's hard to predict what will happen next week, but we need to come up with a main scenario. And that main scenario, given the lack of visibility nowadays, hopefully the inflow of tourists will be reopened in 2021 because that is key to the tourist sector. And hopefully 2021 will be the beginning of revival, of recovery in a sector that has been so badly hit. As far as I know, is been the most damaged sector. We went through the roof, in good times, and now we fell flat on our faces in last March. Right, the tourist profile, the tourist typology and prices, I agree with Javier. Tourism is no longer a luxury, tourism is a need. Tourists have holidays, people will go on holidays again eventually, and that goes for a short introduction. I think the pandemic will actually speed up some structural changes in Spain. Concerning the type of tourists, the prices, I think that will not change much. The tourist profile will not change much, but who knows? The way we go on a plane change. So maybe our check-ins, will be lighter, easier, more flexible. We might be able to do things beforehand using our mobile phone. I think the changes will be in those areas. Many tests are being conducted in trying to predict change. Hotels have seen changes occurring in a really drastic way, trying to space up, their premises for people not to be in crowded premises, and breakfast being served in a different way. Those changes are necessary. Those changes are there, but to me, tourists will be the same. Thank you. Most interesting as a point of view. You are describing a tourist with a higher purchasing power, perhaps. Miguel is the managing director of Accenture for industry travel. Thank you, Manuel. Thank you for the opportunity to be here to share our views, and thank you for being with the rest of the panel members. As for tourist typologies, my view, well, obviously uncertainty is there. We do not know what's going to happen with the vaccine, with the actual virus, with its impacts. Things are most uncertain, but if we talk about tourist typologies, as trust and confidence is gained back, what will be the typology who will be less afraid, less frightened of flying, of traveling? Well, young people are probably more likely to travel, or some cultures would be more likely to travel. When we recover, we need to have the confidence issue in mind in a mid-long-term view. Now that we touch the ground, now that our feet are on the ground, we have been given the opportunity to be born again with a higher value proposal. As Luis rightly said, a lot has been discussed in Spain, the shift from sea and sun tourism towards culture-based tourism, gastronomy-based tourism. Here's our chance. We've been given a unique chance to rethink on how we want to evolve in the tourist sector in Spain. We've been given a chance to increase the value of our proposal, and it needs to be properly communicated, properly circulated to the foreign world, to the outer world. Technology plays a key role in that respect. Technology can help us get close to younger travelers. It can also help us determine the use of digital channels. It can improve our marketing strategies, by making Spain stand out. Point number 2, prices, competitiveness. I don't agree traveling will be more expensive. I think Javier talked about that. I don't agree with him. I think the opportunity is there for the sector to be more competitive. We are not to increase prices to the final user. We can invest on offering cheaper services. Technology is key to doing that. The sector is to grab that opportunity based on technological breakthroughs in recent years. The capacity is there for transformation. And I'm sure the companies in the sector and the industry overall will be more competitive. Thank you. I have more questions, but should you like to comment on each other's comments, please go ahead. It's absolutely up to you to interrupt the discussion. Okay, security, hygienic measures, stricter, tougher controls. The question is, will visitors perceive those changes? I tend to say reality is the perception of reality. Can we create a very interesting reality with loads and loads of safety and security measures? That's all very well, but if users, tourists, don't perceive it, there you go. Will they notice the changes? Yes, absolutely. Perception is what you perceived. As a country, we did not do a good job so far in the pandemic. So there you go. Things are still to be done. Javier, we didn't do a good job? No, we didn't do a good job as a country. And the perceptions vary across countries. The operators operating in Europe and bringing tourists to Spain perceived Portugal was doing better in controlling the pandemic. So that is absolutely fundamental. Having said so, these travels, the virus travels over borders, and European countries are to have coordinated measures. That has been a weakness in Europe. Individual countries in Europe have taken their own measures which were absolutely inconsistent. For instance, the UK, remember the Foreign Office, not advising, not recommending their tourists to fly into Spain. At the time, there were regions in Spain, the Canary Islands, the Balearic Islands, Majorca, their contagion rates were so much lower than those back in the UK. And unfortunately, the European Commission, which is otherwise brilliant in many other instances, did not help much either. Basically, airlines operate internationally. Coordination ought to be international. If we manage to get some European coordination level, that would definitely help us. All the traffic coming into Spain or long-range inflows bring a lot of value into Spain. We are talking about high purchasing power tourists, but as far as the numbers go, the traffic being recovered is mostly domestic and intra-European. So if we have coordinated measures, that would certainly be a good step. Luis Iglesias, what's your opinion? I agree with Javier. Will they notice the measures? Differentiation needs to be made, a distinction needs to be made. Javier talked about opportunities, good opportunities there, but what will governments do? For instance, with corridors or European standardization concerning inbound and outbound flying, things need to be more consistent, more coordinated. Sector players, of course, have an opinion. We can advise, we can recommend policymakers to try and improve perceptions by tourists. As Javier said, if the UK government recommends their subjects not to travel to Spain, what can we do? And that is key, particularly as from 2021, when the flow of tourists will be reopened. Things need to be absolutely clear what can be done, what cannot be done. And of course, we need to know what destinations are not safe. We should speak openly. And then question number 2, what can be done locally? As a user, I can speak about airlines. I took planes this summer, I travel by train, and I feel absolutely safe. As for hotels, we live up to the test. We were put to the test and we passed. In June, July, the occupancy rate came to 60-70% for a period of time. And that was good, a test, one that can contribute to assuring tourists things are safe. Tourists felt safe. People did not feel awkward. As for, contagion, propagation likelihood and things like that, as a matter of fact, it was clear, people would book their holidays with very little notice, and then after staying in the hotel, they would continue staying a bit longer. once they noticed, the protection measures were in place, the surroundings were very safe. Many measures were taken, reducing the pieces of furniture in a hotel bedroom, very clear circulation flows in common areas, everything being signaled, and very clearly indicated. So the sector is doing fine job, and the sector proved visitors can feel safe. To me, by 2021, that should not be an obstacle.
Then this perception is linked to safety and what you were saying. Well, I may be staying for 3 years, for 3 days, sorry, but I would like to extend my visit for a couple of days. I hope this consolidates for the future. Now I would like to hear Miguel's opinion. Linking to the second point that Luis has explained, there's something that was really very well done, and it started quite quickly, I would say, when we were coming out of the first hard confinement, which is how the big companies in the sector have communicated on a very detailed way what kind of measures they were implementing in order to take care of their customers. For example, hotel chains such as NH hotels and the Feel Safe program they established. They have a webcast, having a presentation of a very detailed plan. I think it was really complete and powerful, and the rest of big hotel chains are doing the same, airlines as well. So I believe here what we are missing is a better collaboration between the public and the private sphere. The government may use the work that many private companies are doing in the sector, because they are really relevant and large companies with an important presence not only in Spain but also at international level, so that this positioning in terms of the safety message, the healthcare message for the customer is a message that is spread and that comes for all the visitors internationally, so they feel trust in order to visit Spain. Thank you, Miguel. You are suggesting several questions that may be adopted. For example, at local level or at the hotels or airlines, there are suggestions. But globally, I would like to ask you, keeping the look for the year 2021, which we are trying to decipher in some way, for each of your sectors, what can we do to help or support a global recovery in order to position our destination in this new scenario? Because we are going to have a new scenario with all the variables that you were explaining, traveling differently, maybe coming back to normal, changing destinations. Well, each of you, what can we do in order to contribute for this recovery? Javier. Well, in our case, I think the first thing we unfortunately need to do is surviving, because we are now in survival mode, I have to say, after this summer, and now we're going to have a hard winter in terms of cash flow. If you do not have any income, the ones we were expecting for July and August have not been meeting our forecast. For this beginning of autumn is now increasing, but the solvency and liquidity is our main priority, and the main priority of any of all the airlines and the carriers. But fundamentally, tourism, any kind of tourism, but mainly because of air connectivity. More than 80% of international tourists do so taking an airplane. That's why it's so important to have a good airline sector for tourism. That's why we need to survive the winter in the best way possible, but start preparing everything that may be needed so that for next year, maybe during Easter, we can see a recovery. And we need to learn now about what happened to us during the summer, because this is very Spanish. You know, when we finished the confinement, we all came out to the streets as if nothing had happened. And of course, that's not the case. The virus was still there and spreading. So we need to really be aware of that and be cautious, because many international organizations say that the airline operation will not recover fully until 2024. But it's true that maybe there are things we can do to make it a shorter period if there's a vaccination found. Well, we need to coexist with the virus for some time in any case, and we need to learn to travel with the virus, mitigating risks and traveling safely. And we said before, digitalization is one of the elements, and after this crisis, it's going to be an opportunity. For example, biometric recognition. If you go to an airport nowadays, there are many different processes that have not changed for 30 years. You go to the counter, you receive the boarding card, you may be asked for all your documents again, and the boarding gate. Well, there were very interesting projects for biometric recognition in order to do all these things with less contact. And right now, the need for social distancing will force these changes and accelerate these changes. And well, the air carrier sector has a long-standing history, because we've been there for a century, and we may need this push in order to implement these changes so that we can avoid manual interactions and do them on a digital way. And all the added value processes should be done face-to-face as it should be. I thank you for your answer, and I thank you for the details. For example, you were speaking about biometric recognition. In your first interventions, you were saying that this crisis should be used to accelerate certain structural or not structural changes that were already ongoing, but now may be more urgent. And this has an impact not only in the security and safety, but the perception of safety as well. Now, my question for Luis Iglesias: what can we do to support this global recovery and place these sectors for 2024, for example? Well, first of all, the tourist sector depends a lot on the airline sector, of course, the air carriers, because most of our visitors came using a flight. There was a crisis of connectivity, that's clear, and something needs to be done. We cannot do something for 2021, but there are specific examples that are being implemented in the Canary Islands. Before the pandemic, there was a Thomas Cook crash, and the tour operators didn't work fully. But if you do not have a plane to bring tourists, it's a problem. I do not want to come into this kind of business in detail, but the business people in the Canary Islands thought, well, should we create an airline ourselves so we do not rely on the operator? Well, this is an example of things that should be done, because it's difficult to do it, and it can't be done before March. But this is something that needs to be solved. Now, regarding the hotel and tourism industry, what do we need to do in order to overcome this crisis? Well, I repeat that we need to give an added value. What do we mean with that? It's simply not depending on the fact that we are a sea and sun destination, because there's nothing to do. if we only rely on that when the markets in the north of Africa open up. We have nothing to do against them. There's a lot of tourism, and when there's, for example, an event, any problem in those countries, they may come to Spain. But once they reopen, we have nothing new to give, nothing new to show, because we have the same sun and sea destinations. So the owners have made or taken specific measures. There were some obsolete plans, and people didn't stay still. There has been a great capex investment to improve. And structurally, there's digitalization, of course, and then, thirdly, our tourist compounds are not only going for sun and sea, but active tourism. We speak about having a walk in the countryside, golf, or other sports. I know that we can't all have golf camps, but we can really go for active tourism. And doing some investment, you can increase this kind of supply and offer the tourists some more added value than just sun and the beach. This may increase the number of customers. And of course, we have to use what we have in Spain, which is culture, cuisine, and not only focusing on the beaches and the sun that we have in our shores, because we can't stay still there. That's very interesting, what we can offer apart from sea and sun, because there's a lot of culture here in Spain, and we need to focus on that. We have cuisine as well, that's very important. And I'm thinking that almost all the regions of Spain have vineyards, and we have many opportunities. If we take a look, we have hiking and the winery and the rural areas, the inner parts of our country. That's a complementary element and very interesting. And this is a question for the three of you. This should be linked to smart tourism, right? Trying to find these niches where technology would be fundamental. Not only the tour operator just providing streamlined tourism, streamlined offers. From the human and geopolitical point of view, we see some more millions of tourists coming because of these geopolitical reasons. I would first like to hear Miguel Flecha. Well, I would like to highlight three questions, and this links with the question and the comment you've just made. Starting with the first, one of the main priorities for the sector to recover as soon as possible will come thanks to collaboration in the sector, because as you say, there may be a destination that needs to have smart tourism more than other to see what kind of customer does it need to attract. If we search or try to find a way where technology and data can be used as a collaboration tool to offer a higher value to the customer, and once the customer or the tourist is here, so that they have a better experience, this is one of the key success factors for the future. Then, of course, we have technology, digital transformation, and accelerating this transformation is going to be absolutely key. We work in the consultancy field and have a deep knowledge of the sector and this industry, and we see that it was hard to start with that, but now it's just a need to survive. It is not just an option, it is going to be necessary. So we can position our destination and attract tourists, but if the destination hasn't changed as it should, this will have a negative impact in the end. And the third point that we have not mentioned during this roundtable discussion, and I believe it's especially relevant, is the transformation of the human force that sustains this industry. It employs 10% of the active population in our country. The workforce is 10%, and it needs to evolve, it needs to get trained, and sometimes it's even necessary for them to get new training, get new skills, and this is something that we should place as a priority. We need to protect our people, we need to protect the employment, and we need to make sure that this workforce sustaining the sector is trained and evolves accordingly, and as the evolution and as the society is evolving. I don't know whether any of you would like to add something else, any comment? If you want to do so, you can do it now, even though I believe it's been a very rich discussion. If there is no final comment, I will just like to give you some highlights and headlines. I would give you some headlines that I have just noted down, and if you want to make any corrections, you can do so. We have started by saying, Javier was saying, that people continue to feel the need for traveling and want to travel. The year 2021, we expect to reopen the tourist flow, and at some point you have said Easter 2021. We hope that's the case, even though the airline sector may take more time to recover, but at least it would be the beginning of the recovery. You have also said that the pandemic will accelerate structural changes that were already foreseen, but they will be accelerated in terms of technology, biometric recognition, for example. We have also been speaking about the need to attract tourists with a higher purchasing power and with an interest that goes beyond the sea and sun destinations. And also that technology will determine the approach to younger visitors, because it's easier to attract them using technology and using internet. From the point of view of the general and political perspective, you all agree that each member state have taken their own path, and you were calling for cooperation amongst the countries, and you were giving some examples of good measures, communicating the measures that were taken by hotels or air carriers to ensure safety and security. But you were speaking about a better collaboration between the public and the private sphere. So we are now on the way for recovery, with a final call for the transformation of the employees, the workforce, and having probably new skills that this new scenario will require. If any of you would like to add any headline or give a comment? It is difficult to summarize it in a better way, but just in order to close, in our case, the airline sector is fundamental for tourism, but in the end it is true that people don't pay money to come into an aluminum tube, but we just facilitate for them to do other things, and we want these other things to be as interesting as possible, that they are perceived as safe, and we will try to make flying be accessible for most of the people, and even for people who have a higher purchasing power, so they can spend more money in their destination and not in the flight. We are just facilitators, because flying is not an end in itself, it's just a means to come to a destination. So we want to be more efficient, more accessible and safer. So you want them to bring them to our destination so you can bring them in your planes. Yes. Luis, would you like to make any final comment? Yes. I believe the pandemic has shown us that you can never overestimate the resilience capacity of any sector. It's true that you may get to zero, for example, in the airline sector or tourism sector, and this is a lesson that we should all learn from. But this is just a look at 2021, and we need to be optimistic. There's no other way. Tourism is there, it will come back, people will come back, people will travel again, will fly again, and I think we have all summarized the measures and actions we have to take to accelerate this recovery, but we need to make sure, and we need to be sure it will come back, and hopefully we will be stronger after this hard situation. Of course, Miguel Flecha, last intervention. My last comment, and I believe this has been a very interesting discussion and your summary has been excellent. I would like to recommend to take a look abroad. We need to take a look at other sectors and see what other sectors are doing, because the consumer is the same, the tourist is the same. So if there are other sectors doing things well, let's learn from them. And we also need to take a look abroad. I have a European responsibility, and we help customers around the world, and we can learn a lot from other people abroad. Of course, they can learn from us as well, but they are doing things in other countries that may work for us as well. All right, thank you very much. It's been an excellent discussion, full of headlines, and I hope 2021 will be the year of recovery. Javier Gándara, Miguel Flecha, and Luis Iglesias, thank you so much for sharing this summit for shopping and quality tourism with us. Thank you.
Thank you to all the speakers and the moderator of the roundtable. Let's highlight again this hopeful message that next year will be the beginning of the recovery of tourism in our country. Thanks to all the speakers who have participated in this first session of the 10th edition of Shopping Quality Tourism Summit Spain 2020. And we are doing this year online. We invite you to be with us again tomorrow, Thursday. We will begin at 9:15, and we will speak about the high-quality tourism proposal of Spain, of the European Funds for Recovery. We'll speak about technology, sustainability, and we will have Xiana Mendez, Ministry of Commerce of the Government of Spain. Thank you very much.